நீ ஏசி போட்டுக்காம உள்ள ஏசி போட்டாலும் ஊசில 2 நாள் கைது போடாம
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Let others join, then we will start the presentation. I think majority of the people have joined. So let's embark into the presentation. Let me share the screen. Wait. Someone please ensure presentation is visible or
No.
just wait for a minute. Now,
Yes, ma'am, we can see that.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, thank you. Okay. So today, again, yesterday, we were discussing about the various functions of management. So it all deals about what are the various activities that any organization is taking care of. So they do planning, they do organizing, they do directing, they do controlling, coordinating, and staffing. So all those things we were discussing yesterday. And this is something called the various levels of management. So in any organization or in any level of management, any business organization, what are the different levels of management are there, and what are their roles and responsibilities are. So this particular slide is going to demonstrate about the various levels of management. That is, any organization have any organization has three levels of management. So one is lower level. Lower level is also known as bottom level. Okay, bottom level management, where you can find the foremen, the supervisors, and the white collar employees. Okay, so where they work in the lower level, and in the mid level you can see the managers. Most of the managers you can see in the middle level, for example, the sales manager, the human resource manager, the marketing manager, the production manager, the general manager. So these are the manager level people who manage both employees as well as they deal with employer and the employees. They deal with the employer and the employees, and these people, they are responsible for both top level people as well as to the bottom level people, because they are the one who connect the both levels, because they are in the middle level, and they are the one who silently podu, silently podu. So they are the one who connect with the lower level as well as with the top level people, because top level people will they may give certain instructions or orders or any comments, or they make some strategies, and they convey these information to the middle level people, and middle level people they convey it to the bottom level people, in the sense the lower level people. Thus the middle level people, they have association with top level people as well as with lower level people. Okay, and these are various levels that I know as of now that we have discussed. And the last one is top level. So top level is the administrative position, maybe there in the top level. uh, just give me a minute. Okay, so the top level, sorry for the inconvenience. So the top level management, people who belong to the administrative roles, they are in the top level management. For example, the CEOs, the chief executive officers, the chief finance officers, COO, chief operating officers, vice presidents, chairman, founder, board of directors. These are the people who are there in the top level. So, what are the basic roles and responsibilities of the people who are there in these, levels of management? So, if you take the top level management people, they take decisions, they make strategies, they make plans, they prepare the policies, they prepare the procedures, everything they make and they decide, and they convey it to the middle level management. So middle level management and lower level management need to abide by the various strategies and policies and procedures that have been devised by the top level management. Okay, so anything that is decided, any strategy that is formulated is the responsibility of top level management, whereas middle level management and low level management takes care of the execution part. Okay, so execution is in the sense in implementation part, middle level as well as lower level takes place in execution part. Okay, so these are the various levels of management. Do you have any doubt in levels of management?
No.
Thank you. Okay, coming to the Henry Fayol's 14 principles of management. However, I will share you this presentation since we have got a very minimum number of hours. I'm just teaching you the important topics that needs to be taught to you. So hence in that list, the next paramount topic is going to be Henry Fayol's 14 principles of management. As far as the word principle, okay, so principle is nothing but some routines that we devise for ourselves. Even individuals, we do have principles. Individuals, we have certain policies that I don't change, yes or no. So I don't make any flexibility in terms of any external environment or any external influences. So as long as I have my own principles, I don't make any flexibility. I don't make any flexibility in the sense, I don't make any flexibility in the sense I don't change my principles for any factor, no matter whether it is internal factor or external factor. I have my own principles, right? Every individual, we may have our own principles that I won't do this. I will never do this at all. And if something is right, I will do that. If something is wrong, I will not do that. So that understanding we have, and that principle we have, and that we follow forever. The same way management, even every any management or any business organization, they need to follow the 14 principles when they are into the managerial environment. Okay, when they come to the managerial environment, they come to any business environment, when they come to the business organization, they have to ensure that these 14 principles are well maintained or um, or implemented in any organization. So in which the first two principles of management is aligning with the second functions of management that we have seen. You remember the second management, second functions of management, that is organizing. Okay, so organizing is nothing but a very big job can be divided into number of tasks. Okay, I think you all remember what we were discussing yesterday, what example that we were discussing yesterday. Like a group of people, they planned to go for tour. Okay, the Ganesh, Ganesh, Ramesh, Suresh, you remember that, right? So dividing the task. Driving is one task, booking the hotels is another task, taking care of accounts is third task. Directing, okay, map, okay, so routing the route, mapping, okay, so that is the fourth task. So now the entire tour process is divided into small tasks, yes or no? So that is what is called a division of work. Okay, the first one is division of work. So after division of work, we do this staffing. Another important function you can see in point number 3, as well as point number 4, and as well as point number 5 is staffing. Okay, so initially what we do, we divide the job into number of tasks. That is what is called organizing. And what we do, we allocate individual, we allocate responsible individual or responsible employee who is expert in doing that particular job, and he will be asked to do that particular job. That is nothing but staffing. Identifying or choosing a right person for the right job is staffing. Okay, so this organizing and staffing are nothing but the first two principles stated here. So one is division of labor and second one is authority. It is not just authority, it is actually division of work. So first one is division of work and second one is division of labor. Okay, so these are the first two principles. And when coming to the third principle, so third principle is nothing but the discipline of the employee, the discipline of the environment, the discipline of the operations, anything that is pertaining to the business organization, or anything that is there in the business organization or business environment, like it needs to be disciplined. Okay, it is not about your personal behavior or not about your personal discipline at all. Here what we talk is discipline of employee, discipline of the business, discipline of the business operation, completely pertaining to the professional environment. So completely pertaining to the professional environment is uh, employee should be dedicated, employee should be sincere, employee should be loyal, employee should be honest, and employee should not exploit the resources, employee should not waste the time and resources. These are all the various discipline aspects of employee. So discipline aspect of employee is like when employees are working with utmost dedication, sincerity, loyalty, honesty, and all those things. Not only to the employee, and it is also applicable to the systems. It is also applicable to the operations. It is also applicable to the processes. Any processes that are there in the organization, or any operations that are done, or any categories of work that is being done in the organization, everything needs to be disciplined. So everything needs to be disciplined in the sense it should be process oriented, and no process should be person oriented. Okay, and changing the rules and regulations according to the persons, or changing the or making some flexibilities in the punishments, or making the flexibilities in the incentives or bonuses according to the persons, these are all not disciplined activity, right? So any process or any practices, any operations that should be unique So did you listen to my lecture from the first point till fourth point? Can someone please tell me? Was it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Till which point you were listening?
Till third point.
From the start.
Discipline. Okay, actually I completed unity of command also. Only now I identified that I'm out of the meet. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, fine. So unity of command. Once again, I'm repeating because I was out of the meet and I was teaching actually. So unity of command is nothing but let's imagine we have this, sorry.
അയില വാങ്ങിക്കാല്ലേ ഏതെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ വാങ്ങിക്കാല്ലേ
Can you please speak in English? Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's imagine this situation. 9 o'clock you are going and you are entering into your organization or you are entering into your office, and the first person, probably your boss, is coming and telling you to do some task, and you started the task and you are working on it, and almost 40 minutes crossed, and by 9:45 the another person comes. He is also a kind of boss who has equal power and responsibility and authority in the organization, and he is also coming and he is also talking and he is also telling you to do some other task. So as an employee, now you are confused which job to be continued and which job to be abandoned. Okay, because your first person is your boss came and told you to do task 1. Second person, the second boss came and he told you to start some other task. Okay, the task 2. Both the tasks are very important. Both the tasks are very important and urgent. So now you are confused. Employees are confused when they get two different instructions or two different orders or two different commands from two different bosses. Ultimately, where it lead to? Okay, automatically what happens? Employees will fed up and they will not do both the jobs also. So waste of resources, waste of time, exploitation is done here. So hence you need to, or your management or any organization should allow only one boss. Only from one boss you should get instruction, order, command, or whatever it is. It should be from only one boss. That is nothing but unity of command. Okay, and the next one is unity of direction. So unity of direction is nothing but say for example, you are a team where 8 members are there. Out of 8 members, 6 members they have very good coordination, and 6 members they have equal understanding, and they don't have any ego, they don't have any attitude problem, they don't have any behavioral problem, nothing is there, and everything is very very smooth among all these 6. Out of 8, only 6 are good. Okay, only 6 they have good team spirit, and rest of the 2 they don't align with the team and they work for something else, and they never contribute for your teamwork and they never contribute to achieve your team's goal. Instead, they disturb you or they trouble you or they wanted to do something very differently than your team's objective or than very different from your team's goal. And at this time what happens? Team members may not have good understanding. If there is no team spirit, your unity of direction will be affected, which means if you have 8 people, all the 8 people should work towards single direction. All the 8 team members should work for achieving single objective. So your aim should be one, and all the team members should run, all the team members should work towards single direction. You understand? So that is nothing but unity of direction. Unity means single, unity means the same, together. So direction means what direction we are working. So that is nothing but unity of direction. Okay, and unity of command is like nothing but when you need to have only one boss, and direction is you need to have only one direction. When employees are working, all the employees should work for single goal. All the employees should work. Sorry. See, others, please mute your mic. Please do not disturb. Okay, so unity of command is pertaining to the boss. Unity of direction is pertaining to the team members. You understand? Okay, and the next one is remuneration. Do you have any doubt so far till first point to fifth point? So division of work, second one is division of labor, third one is discipline, fourth one is unity of command, and fifth one is unity of direction. Shall I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the sixth point is remuneration. So remuneration is nothing but any monetary benefits or any compensation or any payback that you get against the efforts and services that you have done, which is nothing but your job. When you are doing your job, you'll be paid back. Yes or no? You'll be paid what? You'll be paid salary. You'll be paid some compensation. You'll be given some money. That money is called remuneration. Okay, any efforts that you do, when you join with the company, what you will do? You will work for the company. When you work for the company, every month they'll be giving you salary. They'll be giving you salary, or probably weekly or daily you'll be getting wages. When you get daily or when you get weekly, it is called wages. Okay, when you get monthly, it is called salary. So anything that is called a remuneration, any monetary benefit that you take, any compensation that you take for the work done, for the efforts that you put in for the organization's objective or for the organization's development, for the business development. So when you work for the company, you'll be getting remuneration. Actually, that is not the point here. Remuneration is like, we need to ensure that fair remuneration is paid to the employee. What do you mean by fair remuneration? Fair remuneration is not underpaid. Fair remuneration is the value for the work, the value for the job that you do, and aligning to that value, you should get your salary, or you should fix the salary based on the value and risk of that particular job has got. You understood? So that is nothing but remuneration. So which means fair remuneration should be ensured for all the employees across the company. Okay, and coming to point number 7, subordination of individual interest to the common goal. Okay, it is not common good, it is common goal, or you can even name it as common good, like like common objective. Okay, subordination of individual interest. So it is something related to point number 5. Subordination is like, when you have boss, under a boss you may have so many subordinates, or if you are a boss, you will be having so many subordinates. Subordination of individual interest. Again, individual subordinate, they may have individual interest, they may have individual thoughts, they may have individual wishes, they may have individual desires, and you should not lend your ears for individual desire. You should not lend your ears for individual wishes. You need to gather all your subordinates, and you need to ensure that they do have good coordination, and you, as a leader, as a boss, you need to ensure that they should not work for their individual interest, but they should work for a common goal of an organization. Okay, so you need to collect the subordinates, you need to gather the subordinates. When they have individual interest, that is not going to work anymore. Okay, individual interest will not work anymore. You need to make sure that all the subordinates should work for a common goal or common good of the organization or business. So that is the subordination of equal interest to common good. Okay. And eighth one is centralization. There is something called centralization and decentralization. Centralization is nothing but when you have any order, when you have any policies, when you have any important decisions, circulars, or any practices that should be common to everyone. So you can understand this way. When you go to shopping malls, you can see the centralized AC. Yes or no? So centralized AC means like everyone who comes into the shop will get the air, in the sense the cooling air. Okay. So centralized AC's objective is to make everyone or treat everyone equally. That is what is called centralization. So when any order, say for example, you are a boss, and week one you identify one of your subordinates doing mistake or error, and you have memo, and probably after 1 week or again after 1 month also you found that the same person is committing same mistake, so you have dismissed him. Okay, so this is scenario 1, and he is a kind of stranger. You know that employee only after coming to the job. And after 6 months, probably some of your close friend, he is also working in the same company. You know him almost for 20 years. He is also committing a mistake, and you are not taking any action on him because you are a boss. 6 months before, you have taken action on somebody else who did a mistake, and now it is your friend who is not a stranger, and your friend is also doing the same mistake, and you are not taking action on him. Is this fair for a boss? Definitely no. So when you have any decision, when you have any strategy, or when you have any policy, or when you have any punishment, or when you have any rewards, anything that matters, that should be common to everyone. That is nothing but centralization. You understand? And decentralization is for specific people alone, for people of your own interest, or people of people who have got now you can see the vacation leaves, availing the vacation leave. If you look into the private universities or private organization, they don't give free vacation for the employees who joined or who have not completed 1 year of experience. Vacation is 1 month vacation. It is free and paid leave given to all the employees. And what decentralization they follow here, they tell that vacation leaves are not applicable to the employees who have not completed 1 year of experience. You understood the example for decentralization. Now this is how they make changes, or they make partiality in the decisions or in the practices. Okay, many of the organizations they follow that, many universities they follow that, even colleges, even affiliated colleges, they follow this, not for the students, for the faculty or for the rest of the people. Okay. And there is no vacation at all for the scavengers, for the grade 4 people. Okay, even after completing 1 year or not completing 1 year, or not completing 1 year, there's no vacation at all for scavengers, for the people who work in the grade 4. They don't get leave at all. So this is how centralization and decentralization works. And centralization means anything that matters, which is common to all. Decentralization is not common to all. It is specific to a group of people, and sometimes some people may get benefit out of it, and some people may not get benefit out of it. That is decentralization. So when you talk about centralization, you should also know about decentralization. Do you have any doubt so far?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You please start writing all the 14 points. Let me take 2 minutes of break. I'll drink water and come. Please note down all the 14 points. Please note it down in your notebook. However, I will share you this. I don't know whether all of you will be getting it or not. Please note it down. Okay. So coming to point number 9, which is nothing but the hierarchy. Hierarchy is nothing but the organizational tree or organizational structure. You remember the levels of management, the lower level, middle level, and top level. Okay, you can even tell it in reverse order: top level, middle level, and bottom level. So when you have these three levels of management, uh, like in the top level, who are the people takes the administrative responsibility. Okay, and top level, in top level, the CEO, who is the CEO, who is the CFO, who is the COO, chief operating officer, and who is the chairman, who is the founder, who are the board of directors. So everything will be very clearly explained in the organizational tree. And when you come to the middle level, and in the middle level, the managers, the general manager, the department level managers, human resource manager, marketing manager, production manager, and the bottom level, the foreman, the supervisors, and the rest of the employees. So uh, when you take this organizational structure, the top level management, who are the people, what are the designations, and what are their roles and responsibilities to be performed, everything is very clearly mentioned in the hierarchy. Just give me a time, I will show you an image of organizational structure. I'll search it in Google and show you right away, so that it can be easy for you. Yes. So this is the best example. The third image you can see. Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
Okay, just a minute. Yes, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Ah,
ma'am.
yeah. So you can see this picture. Sorry. So you can see the CEO. Can you see CEO? My cursor is moving. You can see CEO, and this is middle level. The managers. This is actually the top level. Okay, so top level CEO. They have given only CEO. You can also include CFO, the COO, who is chairman, who is founder, who is board of directors. Everybody will come in the top level management. And this is actually the hierarchy. This is the structure, which is nothing but organizational structure, where they give the various designations. Okay, under who are the people are appointed, and under manager who are the people appointed. So if you can see the first manager, who is production manager. So under production manager, foreman, the another one foreman, and under marketing manager, two sales officers, and under foreman again workers are there, and under sales officers, salespersons are there. So under each category, under each designation, what are the different people, or who are the different what are the different designations are there? That is what we are going to explain very clearly in the hierarchy. The hierarchy is nothing but organizational structure. Is it clear for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, yes, coming back to point number 10, that is order. So order is nothing but any business or any organization that you do, they should follow some order. Okay, follow some order in the sense, when you maintain the records, it should be maintained in order. When you recruit people, it should be in order. And when you proceed for the operations, or when you go for the practices, or when you go for the activities or any functions, whether it is planning or organizing or directing, controlling, coordinating, anything that matters, everywhere and at any point of process, or at every point of process, you need to follow certain orders. Okay, for example, you cannot do step 1 and do step 3 and then do step 2. You cannot do that. Yes or no? You can only do step 1, step 2 and step 3. This is what the order is. And when you shuffle the order, what will happen, like, you will not be able to attain your organizational goal. So anything that matters, you need to actually plan. After planning, you have to go for organize. After organizing, you have to direct. After directing, you have to coordinate. After coordinating, you have to control. And then you have to that is how you can take care of the entire operations of the organization. So when there is an order, that order should be maintained for any process, any function or any functional area. What are the various functional area? Can someone tell? Functional areas, not functions, functional areas. Can someone, what are the various functional areas in an organization?
Madam, action.
Sorry, your voice is not clear.
therefore production marketing.
Yes, exactly. Production, marketing, human resource, sales, accounting, and what else? R&D. These are the various, different.
Purchase.
Yes, purchase. Yes, yes, you are right. So these are the various functional areas in an organization. So when you take any functional areas, you need to follow certain order. Whatever the prescribed order is given, that order you need to follow. So when you shuffle the order, automatically it lead to waste of time and waste of resources. So organization should ensure that they follow certain order in the organization. Okay. And coming to point number 11, that is equity. So equity is treating everyone equally. So it is like, like resonating with the point, centralization, remuneration, and unity of direction also. Okay, so equity. So equity is treatment. Okay, not unity of direction. Very sorry. Centralization and remuneration. So equity is nothing but treating all the employees equally without any partiality. Okay, that is very important thing to be followed in the organization, because when employees feel that certain partiality is followed or partiality is implemented, so they will become disappointed and they will become dissatisfied, from doing a job. So you should not allow your employees on, and you should not make employees to feel that they are partialized. You should not allow them to feel that they have they have shown partiality. You should not allow that. Okay, so you should ensure that all the employees are getting equal treatment, and all the employees are getting equal respect, equal pay, the fair pay. Okay, the fair remuneration according to their designation. I cannot tell you to give equal pay to a CEO and to a scavenger. Not that. Equity is, the respect is equity, the value for the job, and for that particular value, what could be, work value. Okay, there is some work value for each work. So based on that work value, you have to assign the salary, you have to fix the salary. So that should be equity in manner. Okay, that should be equal in manner. So that is what they say, like equity. That is what they say called equity. So equity is like equal treatment to all the employees in the organization in terms of respect, in terms of payment, in terms of leave, in terms of any professional compliances, or in terms of any professional benefits that you provide. Sometimes what they do, like, they give special rooms for employees to sit, people who are in the middle level, and they get rooms with AC, probably to sit and do their work as like an office. And for the scavengers, they don't even provide good room, or they don't even give room, space to sit actually. So these kind of, a very invariable respect or invariable treatment to the employee should not be allowed or should not be entertained in an organization. So equal respect, equal treatment, equal pay. It is not equal pay, again I'm saying it is fair pay, fair remuneration for individual work. Okay, for a scavenger it is different, for a cleaner it is different, for a foreman it is different, for a supervisor it is different, for a manager it is different, for a general manager it is different, for CEO it is different. But according to the risk, according to the brain level that they use, according to the physical efforts they put, according to that you have to fix the remuneration. And when you fix salary for 4 scavengers, let's imagine this way. When you fix a salary for 4 scavenger, for 2 scavenger you are fixing 10,000 rupees, and for the rest of the 2 scavengers you are fixing 8,000 rupees, and they all 4 they have got equal experience. It is not right. So when you fix salary for the scavengers of equal experience, you should fix equal pay. That is what is called equity. Okay, so equity is equal treatment, equal pay, and equal respect and equal benefits to all the employees in the organization. Do you have any doubt so far?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And coming to point number 12 is stability of staff. These 14 principles, it is not only for the employer. Okay, it is also for the employees, because employer, probably the middle level management or the top level management, probably could be the employer. Okay, the founder, the chairman, the chancellor, or the owners. Okay, and it is not only for them. The yes, certain points we discussed for employer perspective, and certain points are there for employee perspective also. That is also very important, right? When I teach management, I should not only teach the employer how to treat the employee. I should also tell to the employee how you behave, how you should behave in the organization. So stability of the staff. Okay, stability of the employee. See, every 1 month once, every 6 months once, you should not change your organization. You should stay back in an organization. That is what is called survival and sustainable. Okay, you should be in a position to sustain in an organization for good number of years. You should not continuously move your workplace from one organization to another organization. You should continue to work in an organization for good number of years. Okay, stability is sustaining in the same organization for n number of years. Okay, stability. So you should not continuously fluctuate your workplace. So that is nothing but stability of staff or stability of employees. And the 13th point is initiative. So initiative is initiating any best practices. So employees should be pioneer in initiating certain activities or certain practices in their limits. Okay, you cannot think like a CEO and you cannot make strategies for the whole company. But when you are an employee, even it is also applicable to CEO. If a CEO is there, he can initiate certain things in his level with his limitations. If you are working as a foreman, if you are working as a supervisor, with your own level, what you can do, that you can do. So you need to initiate certain best practices. You should initiate certain good practices and anything that matters, any good things or any good deeds. In terms of your own task or in your department or in your region, what you can do, that you can do, that you can initiate in your with your own limitations. So that is nothing but initiatives. So stability is nothing but you should continue working in the same organization for a good number of years. And initiative is you need to initiate certain good practices, initiate certain dedication, how you can set a model, you can set a prototype for rest of the employees how to work. So you can make certain initiatives, you can make certain best practices. That best practices, employee should be a pioneer to start and initiate certain best practices. Now, that is nothing but initiative. And the last one is esprit de corps. Esprit de corps. So it is a feeling of pride and a feeling of having that I work in a group or I work in an organization which is which is giving me some pride feel, or I should stay loyal to my organization. Varun. So I should be loyal to my organization. I should I should feel pride about where I'm working, and I should feel proud and pride about about the team members whom I work with. So that is nothing but the esprit de corps. Okay, so a feeling of loyalty or feeling of pride to work in an organization or to work along with your team members, and who consider themselves to be different from other people. Because when you work in a team, they may have different feel Yes or no? You know, when you see the point number 7, subordination of individual interest, like if every individual team member, they may have their own individual interest. They may have their own individual interest, and different people, they have different feel. They may have different level of IQ. They may have different level of understanding. So despite all these, the employee should feel pride and they should feel loyal about working for the organization and working for a team members. Working along with the team members. So these are the 14 principles of Henry Fayol's 14 principles of management. I hope this is very clear. And the rest of the topics we will discuss in the next class. Do you have any doubt so far? Do you have any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you so much. We will see next week and we will continue the rest of the classes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Notes, yes, notes I will give as soon as I complete the entire syllabus. Probably in the last session, I will share you for sure. Don't worry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Happy morning, guys.
Happy morning, guys. So in previous class, we have been discussed about the concepts of capacity of parties, and before that, we have been discussed the consideration of a contract, and then by continuing consideration of contract, we are going to discuss about the concepts of capacity of parties. So the capacity of parties, it comes under section 11. So we need to write down a section 11. It is just considered about what are all the parties, the person, the bailee or the bailer, the contractor, and the two persons. The capacity, it has to be who the age of the person or the person's mind and the qualification from the contract and so on. They are just making about the concepts on a capacity of parties, that while entering into the contract we need to know about the parties of characteristics. So that is the main thing for making a agreement. So the first thing is the age is the main concepts of a capacity of parties. So the So, according to the law, in the Indian majority, so it is under the Act of 1875. So, the age majority in India has been defined as 18 years. So, for the purpose of entering into the contract, even a day less than this age, it will be a disqualified person for being a party to the contract. It is that we need to know about the attainment of majority, that is an age. So they have to be crossed over in 18 years so that the contract can be as in valid contract. and the persons of an unsound mind. It is one of the major thing for making about in a contract. So a person of unsound mind, it is nothing but the mind in one who is suffering from temporary or permanent, which has been a mental derangement. So their mind has been undisturbed and they are not having any other consciousness and so on. There will be generally knowing about the scarcity. It is just to knowing about the judgment of a person's unsound mind, and this has to be identified before making about the contract. And the a person disqualified by law, by any law. So according to section 11, the same one, while the parties of contract, and then Indian contract law, according to section 11, certain persons who are disqualified from entering into the contract, and it is just by knowing about the persons disqualified by law, like enemies, convicts, and insolvents, and foreign servants, and even some of the person will have arrested, and then they will be some of the complaints arised from FIRs. So these persons will be having disqualified from a contract. And then free consent. So this is the concept of, by making about a free consent. Free consent is nothing but the contract which we are going to do, it has to be a valid contract. That is the free consent in an agreement we are making about it. So consent is said to be free with when it is not caused by any process. That is an cohesion, which is defined in section 15. And then undue influence, and it is under the section 16. And then fraud has been defined in under section 17. And then misrepresentation, which mean under the section 18. And mistakes, which has been under the section of 20, 21, and then 22. So these five concepts will be involved to make a contract in a valid. So the contract, so by making about a free consent, so the consent is said to be so caused when it would not have been given, but for any other existence for such cohesion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, or mistakes. So it has to be reduced all this process, and by making about effective concepts, effective contract in a free consents. So while we are considering that in a free consents of process, so it is just under the section of 13. So the Indian Contract Act in 1872, it is just to knowing about the free consent is an agreement between two parties for the same purpose with the union of thoughts. So it is under the principles of a conscious aid item. So we will use to say about free consent is the concepts of a conscious add item. So it is just by making about the concepts here. So the free consents, it just making about in a various factor that affects, and it will be relates to the viability of the contract. So both the parties which have been participating in a contract, they should be aware of these factor and should be occasions for a free flow of the contract until it's the due date. So whatever the contract has to be done with both parties, they need to know about these concepts, these factors which influences the free consent. So most probably, constant is only consideration as a mutual relationship between parties, whereas free of consent, which maybe includes a mutual understanding. So it will be majorly by knowing about these 5 factors as to be considered by knowing about a free consent with a mutual understanding of making into the contract. So it will be a give and full-fledged process of having a contract with both parties. So these some of the factors here. So the first thing is that cohesion. So it is that when a person is an unlawfully, and which may be an threatens or forces a person to make something to be forced to do the contracts. So it means that entry of either the parties must be forceful, or any of them will be committed to illegal activities, or the commitments against the Indian Penal Code. So these process will be done as a cohesion. So while we are making the contract, the cohesion is a major concept. It has to be observed whether it is the presence in the contract. So it has to be reduced, and the contract will be influenced by a cohesion. So it has to be more concentrate without making a cohesion. So the effect of a cohesion will be leads to the cancellation of the entire contract, after which we have been investigating throughoutly. So the legal body will be restrict the obligations of both parties, and if the commitment is done forcefully and clearly, the contract will be cancelled. So it has to be avoid for making about any other persons which are being an unlawfully. So it is just by making a threatens or force the person. So it leads to a cohesion. And then by making about a undue influence. So this undue influence is that when one of the parties has a dominating the nature, or uses its power to work against the will of another party, it is an undue influence. And also in another factor, it has just violate the free consent. So it will be occur when one of the other party will be dominates the other party in any aspects. So this dominance will be make about the undue influence. And also there is a change of taking an unfair advantages, because they are dominating position in another party, and the principle behind the undue influence, and the effect of undue influence. So these all the things will be leads to a avoidability, which makes to a contract, a cancellation of a contract. So it is the under section 19A. So it requires the valid proof to file the case on dominating the party. So generally, undue influences will affect some of below parties, like a trustee and beneficiary. So this will not have a contract; it will be affected. And then another example: husband and wife, and a landlord and the tenant, and also a person whose mental capacity is low, and old age, and a doctor and patient, a tender age, a creditor and debtor, and the real and apparent authority, a parent and child, adult child and parent, a lawyer and client. So these will be factors which affects the parties by making about the undue influence of a contract. And then by having a fraud. So the free consent is mainly we need to move on the contract with effectively. But while the fraud in the concepts of making any other fraud, the contract will be unavoidable. So another important factor of a free consent is fraud. So it is that when a person provides a false assertion and makes any promises in order to deceive a person's or plans to get advantage over other party, and then this act is considered as a fraud. It is that simply we can say that cheating others, that one party will be on more profit and another party will be get a losses. So this makes a fraud of doing a contract. And also it involves the omission of promises and made during the agreement. So the false assertion of facts and false action and to cheat the other party, and many more the action will be many more the action will be comes under this fraud. So this section is under 17. So according to section 17 of Indian law of contract, the other party has been given a rights to claim for devise the amount as well as revoke the entire contract, and also can make a modification where he got damaged. So this section will be making a claim for the contract under the section of 17. And then misinterpretation. So another factor which influences a free consent is a misinterpretation. So it is just by providing a false assertion. It is just or by making a fake representation of the fact to the party, are making about an unwanted information to mislead any other parties. So it is just by making about the false information or fake information. So this will be make about a misrepresentation. So by this, according to section 18 of Indian law of contract, the misrepresentation is by showing the false information at the beginning of the contract itself. So the fact can be committed at the can be committed to get a reliable, and this is considered as a misrepresentation of the contract. And again here we can have two kinds of misrepresentation. One is an innocent misrepresentation and another one is an negligent misrepresentation. And this innocent and negligent representation will be made upon to the process of knowing the content here. So it may be occurs when a false statement is made by someone who genuinely believe to be true, and the statement that induces some to enter into the contract, that makes a misrepresentation of innocent misrepresentation. And by knowing about the negligent, so negligent contract misrepresentation contract is that by knowing about unwantedly by just making the contract as a misrepresentation. So it mainly by making about the unlike. So it just which the person will making the representation, he will be know that it is a false or incorrect, and he know very well that it has been an misleads. So the negligent misrepresentation merely requires that one fail to exercise a reasonable care or competence to know about and communicate information that is true. So you know very well that he has a cheating. So that makes about a negligent misrepresentation. And the last one is a mistake. So mistake can have so many impacts. So it can cause us lots of issues. So it can be a mutual or individual, or can be many types. So without knowing and then known, so the mistakes can be arise in many types of a free consent. So the mistakes can be done by a contractor, and it can be an erroneous beliefs, and also in certain facts they can be, I think that it will be true, but it might be changes due to any other uncertainties, or the situation can be changes, or usually mistakes can be referred to a situation where the parties did not mean that the same thing when they agree to terms and to make a provision. So it is just by making about an unknowing the things, that is the mistake. It may be arise in the contract. So if it is in a free consent of mistake, we have just climbing about the process here under the section of 21, 22, and 23. So these are all the concepts of a free consent. And by having about a free consent, so we have just some of the pros and cons, some of the advantages and disadvantages of free consents which we are having here. So the free consent is considered for more reliable and flexible. So the most important criteria of a free consent is that to satisfy, and it can be by making the a contract made according to free consent. It will be provide a proper protection, and the validity will be an enforceability to an agreement, and also it acts as a major protecting shield to the parties from various unavoidable circumstances, and then it plays a major role to withstand the autonomous power, and also provide an unbreakable foundation, and also it will be running a policy and using a principles of a contract. So these will be some of the advantages of making a free consents. And while making about the process, although we are just having a lot of advantages of a free consents, and also contains some kinds of mistakes too. It just making about unilateral mistakes, bilateral mistakes. So this two type of mistakes will be arise in a free consent. So when one party makes particular mistakes, then it turns to an unilateral mistakes. And while, as the name suggests, when both the parties get involved in the mistakes, and then it terms as a bilateral mistakes. And also it can be further classified into two types of mistakes in a bilateral, and one is an mutual mistakes, and another one is a common mistakes. So in a mutual mistakes, mistakes are said to be mutual when both parties misunderstand each other policies and forming a void, and then it is termed as a mutual mistakes. So by making about the misunderstanding of the contract, and it leads to a void. And then common mistake. So the void that will be arises due to the common mistakes in the contract, but this mistakes is not a mutual, and it is done individually, and any other parties, one of the parties will do the errors and mistakes. So it might be make about the disadvantages, mistakes in a free consents. That's all. So these are all the concepts in a free consents. And then just a minute, guys. Yeah. So, and next concept is the concept of a void and voidable contract. So this is the concept we are going to discuss about the void and voidable contract. So while we are considering about the concepts of void and voidable, so when it comes to a legal contract, and it is an important to understand the concept of a void and voidable. So both the terms will be referred to the contracts that will be considered invalid, where there are a significant difference between the two. So this will be making about the concepts of a void and voidable. So while concentrating on a void contract, so the void contract is that is deemed to have never existed from the beginning, and it is an invalid and holds no legal force or effect. So it is just by making about a void contract, we can be the contract which has an agreement enforceable by law, a void agreement which cannot be enforced by law. So the void contracts will not be actually enforced by law. So the contract which isn't legally enforced, and then starting from the time it was created. So while both the void and voidable contract are null, void contract cannot be ratified in a legal sense, and the void contract will be treated as if it was never created and becomes an enforceable in court. So it is just by knowing about some of the characteristics of a void contract. It is just by making about a first one is an agreement. In this void contract will lacks the essential of elements of a valid contract, such a mutual agreement and innocent to create a legal relationship. So which means it does not an enforceable by law, and by enforceability, since void contract are considered null and void, and they cannot be enforced by either party. And then the another characteristics of a void contract is that legal consciousness, sorry, legal consequousness. So a void contract does not create any legal obligations or rights of the party which has been involved. And the invalidity, so the invalidity of a void contract can be ascertained by a person which involved in the contract, which might be including a third parties. And if we say, for example, and the void contract, the agreement which made by a minor, so the contract that will be involve illegal activities, and the contracts that lacks the consideration, so it is an example of a void contract. And then by knowing about a voidable contract, so it is just by making about a unlike of a void contract. So this voidable contract are initially considered as valid and then enforceable. So this voidable contract is we can say as a formal agreement between two parties, and that may be rendered or unenforceable for a number of legal persons, and which may include by making about the failure by one or both parties to disclose a material fact, we can say a mistakes or misrepresentation or a fraud or undue influences or dueness. So, however, they possess a defect or play the makes both parties to avoid their obligations by making their needs. So the voidable contract is just that by making about some of the concepts of mistakes and misrepresentations. So it may be involved in being avoided, and especially it will be declared a void when one party is wronged by the other party, and so on by making about the avoidable contract. And some of the features of a avoidable contract is that by making about a defect. So the avoidable contract contains a defect that makes them makes them to be voided by one or both parties. And choice of void, and choice of void, a party with the power of void that the contract can be choose whether or not to do so, and based on the defect or flaw of presence. So if their own intention, the contract will be void by their choice. And legal consequence, the same thing. If a voidable contract is avoided, it becomes a void. It will be treated that if it never existed. And the time limit, there is usually a specific time frame within which the party with the power to void must exercise their rights. Once this time has been limits to expiries, so that the contract becomes valid and enforceable. For example, the voidable contract will be includes the contract enters into under duress, the contract involving fraud and misrepresentation, and even by having a lack of capacity, the contracts with a lack of capacity. So this might be leads to a voidable contract. And the main difference between a void and voidable contract will lies in their enforceability and the stage at which they are considered invalid. So the void contract can be considered null or a void from the beginning, while the voidable contract are initially valid but can be voided by one or other parties due to any defect. So it is clerical to understand these distinctions to make clear, and understanding that the legal implications and the consequence associated, which might be most of the consequence will be faced by the avoidable contract. Because the at the starting time the contract will be valid, but any other mistakes and any other issues, the contract might be unvoidable, which has been unvoid, so that we some of the parties will be face the consequence here. So these are all the difference between a void and voidable contract. And the next concept is a discharge of contract. So the concept between a discharge of contract. So we can have more things that the discharge of contract will be a characterized as the end of an agreement, and it will, or it can be arrangement made by a couple of parties, and which the failure in performing or playing out of the obligations, and also by making the party with free consents, which they are making any other process of contract. So the discharge of contract is mainly by knowing about the end of the agreement. So even though the discharge of contract will be, and commitments might be a legal or a contractual or a performance, and even by making about an operational. So especially the agreement which comes to an end, maybe a mutual understanding or maybe any other free consents. So the contract might be get into a discharge of contract. So the discharge of contract may be discharged some of the follows, like a discharge of contract by breach of contract. So the breach of contract will be considered as, so the breach of contract will be considered as with the termination and the original contract due to a failure of performing their obligation. They used to failure the agreement which enrolled by the parties, and which will be discourages each the parties, and it will be related to the void or terminating the original contract. And this breach of contract may be either anticipating or actual. And by making about a discharge of contract by accord or and satisfaction, so it helps to perform the existing duties at the present to making void the contractual discharge. And the other hand, based on the performance of the accord and the satisfaction of the contract will be considered. And one does not want to void the entire contract, so it just making about by one person's. And then discharge of contract by impossibility of performance. So in this case, the discharge of contract which will be happens without any interference from both of the parties, and it will be having everything is acceptable at the place of pain, and even a certain unexpected and underdetermined issues might occur, so which increases the chance of playing any other performance in a contract. And this will be includes of making absence, so some other reasons by unfortunate process, and even without a known thing. So this makes an impossibility of performance. And then a discharge of contract by lapse of time. So mainly according to the Limitation Act in 1963. So it is just indicated that in the case if the agreement cannot be performed within the period of time, within the predetermined period, so it might be influence the other party and lead to abrogation of the whole agreement. Then at that point it is treated as a contractual discharge of the agreement by a lapse of time. So the time has been considered a major role and important time for making a valid contract. Unless the time has not been considered by the both the parties, and the contract will be an voidable. It comes to an end. And then a discharge of contract by agreement. So it is the one which comes to the end of the contract by some of the agreement. If both of the individuals or both the parties in the agreement are not willing to proceed with the agreement until the due date, then it will be changed over the next party. Whether may not be acknowledged the discharge of the agreement or contract by understanding will occur. However, it will be happens in different circumstances, and it just mainly to knowing about any one party which they are willing to continue or not willing. So by some of the concepts like a waiver, so the waiver which has been refers to the abandonment of rights. So in case of any of the parties which has been surrounded their rights from the contract and which affects the other party, and then it leads to the discharge of contract by substitute agreement. So this substitute agreement will not be suitable to other parties. So automatically it just comes to the end and it refers to the discharge of contract. And then alteration. So in it is an another situation where a particulars of the agreement or a contract will be changed either partially or totally with the consent of two parties. And even it may be that the parties will not change and they can be appreciate new advantages, and if it is possible they may less or more than the old agreement or a contract. So they can be change any other features, and that will be make about the discharge of contract. And then the rescission. So in a rescission, here it says that the both parties will be agreed to modify certain rules and regulation. So they will be make a mutual understanding, and it may leads to the cancellation of all the rules or may cancel their partially. So by having about modifying a certain rules and regulation, the contract will be mutually understood by the parties and then comes to a discharge of contract. And then by making about an aviation. So this this may be an either a new contract in a place of a original contract or new members in the place of the old contract. So whether the new contract will be arised by a particular person or the new person will be added to a original contract. So it will be ensured here, whether it may be a single person or both the parties. So which a part of a contractual will be discharged by a substitution of agreement. So this novation will be involved by a substitution of agreement. So these concepts will be arranged in a discharge of contract by agreement. And the last thing is a discharge of contract by performance. So the discharge of contract will be occurs when both the parties are refused to perform their obligation, and they can be referred as a discharge by performance. If the obligation is not included by the party, if they are not interested to making about the performance, so it will be leads to a sorry guys, so it will be leads to a process of a discharge of contract. And while we are concentrating the concepts like a breach of contract, so it just break a rule or an agreement. So this breach of contract will be, which has been discussed in a previous slide, the discharge of contract. So it may be done by expressed or implied contract, and may be caused by one party to the contract, and also it can be caused by anticipatory by nature, and may be either against to terms of contract or law of contract, and even may cause us to termination the contract, and maybe either to intention in the capacity of the parties here. So this breach of contract is mainly to making about the break a rule or agreement. So it just failing to do something according to the contract. Yeah, by completing this breach of contract, we have been finished unit 2 and unit 3. So the special contract. So this is what we are going to discuss upon in unit 3 based on these 5 contracts, that is an special contracts. So this special contract will be defined as a contract that is signed and as the seal of the signer attached. So it will be a sealed instrument and then type of contract between two parties. So most probably these five contract will be undergone by a special contract. So under the Indian Contract Act in 1872. So it may show that the a specific process and the specific contract which has been arised for doing a special purpose of a contract that uses about the special contracts here. So by knowing about the special contract, the first thing is an indemnity contract. So this indemnity contract, while in a special contract, we can know the concepts of an indemnity contract. So this indemnity contract is nothing but it has been defined according to the section 124. A contract by which one party promises to save the others from losses and caused to him by the conduct of a promiser himself or by the conduct of any other person is called a contract of indemnity. And this contract of indemnity, for example, in the case of a house insurance, so the homeowner pays an insurance premium to the insurance company in exchange for the assurance that the homeowner will be indemnified if the house sustains any damages from fire, a natural disaster, or other perils by specified. So in the insurance agreement, which used to say about the indemnity, it is that by making about an agreement by saving from one to any another process. That is an indemnity of a contract. So it basically done according to the section of 124. And we are having some of the features of an indemnity contract. So it will be an indemnifier will have to pay the damages and the indemnity holder will claim the process. So indemnity is the person who is requesting and the indemnifier who pays to the damages. And the indemnity holder can even couple the indemnifier to pay the cost which incurs to the suitable of the amounts, the suitable of the claim. If the parties agree to legal compromise and the indemnifier has to pay the compromise amount, whatever the compromises they have been issued. So this makes an indemnify contract. Yeah, here some of the features which we are having about the indemnify contract. So especially by knowing about the indemnity, which is a security against the loss. This is the another word for making about the contract of indemnity. So when two parties come together to commence a business, So the main intention for both parties to formally enter into the contract, and from any type of losses or damages due to the uncertainty of the business, and the contract of indemnity which relates to such special circumstance where it establishes the duties and rights of the parties in the contract, or even in an uncertainty. So the contract will be indemnity establishes that one party will pay to the another party. It is just the Indian Contract Act in 1872. It will be related to the indemnity contract under the section 124. So it just making about the contract by making about a parties to the contract, and then presence of all essential elements, and then by making about a written or implied contract, and then promises to making about the indemnify, and only one contract. So by making about a indemnify, it has to be maintained only one contract. So the indemnity, which means a security against the loss, or it can also refer as to making goods the loss, and the indemnity will be protects a party from losing a money or being affected by uncertainty. And one party will be pays and another party will be receives. That is the main thing for making about a contract of indemnity. So the insurance has been an exact example for making about a indemnity contract. So these are all the concepts of a indemnity of contract. And then the next concept is a guarantee contract. Contract of guarantee, we used to say the concepts here. So the contract of guarantee is a contract to perform the promise or to discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. So the contract which has making about by giving a promises or discharge the liability. So the person will gives the guarantee. It is also known as a surety. So the person will be a respect of whom the guarantee is given, which is known as the principal debtor. And the person to whom the guarantee is given is called the creditor. For example, we can say here it has been making that some of the loan rupees 6,000 has been gotted, and then from B, and C promises to A that if B doesn't repay the loan, and the C will do so, and this contract is of a guarantee. It is just simply we can say that giving a surety for any other contract by a third person. So the principles of a debtor is also a person called a surety person or a guarantee person. So here are some of the features of a contract of guarantee. So we can have here, the first thing is that we have to know about the principal debt and who is the person as giving a surety here. It has to be making about the concepts of a principal debt and the consideration of a guarantee, and then existence of a liability, and even it has to be know about the joining of other co-sureties also. And the another features is that while it has to be writing is not necessary, and no misrepresentation and concealment will be involved in the process of features of a contract of guarantee. So these are some of the features of a contract of guarantee. And remaining, we are just having about the bailment, pledge, and then agency. So these three concepts will be discussed in the next class. And thank you guys. We shall be meet in the next class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Can you hear me? Any one of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So yesterday we discussed about the basic fundamentals of financial accounting in unit number 1. Let me share the slide as well as Google slide as well as Google document. Whether my presentation is visible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So these are basic concepts we have discussed in previous class, like accounting concepts and bookkeeping. Why the bookkeeping is important? Why the important to prepare the financial accounting? It is called purpose of accounting, and it is called accounting equations. Based on this, only the entire system of financial accounting is functioning. So always the asset must have equivalent amount of equity and liability, or in opposite side, when we are going to say equity means what we are contributing, it is called equity, like capital. And plus, in addition to that capital, if you are going to borrow from outside, it may be the short-term borrowings or long-term borrowings, both are considered as liability. So equity, that means own capital plus other external liabilities, third-party loans, bank borrowings, etc. All together is sources for creating the assets. So the equal capital and liabilities must be equal to assets. Or if you have assets, the equivalent amount of equity and liability should be there. It is called balance sheet. So when asset is increasing, equity also increase, liability increase. What is the sources of increasing asset? What is the possibilities to increase asset? For example, if you have 5 lakhs value of assets and 5 lakhs value of equity, if you are planning to purchase a machinery value of 50,000, so what will happen? Total assets value will increase from 5 lakhs to 5 lakh 50,000. If you are borrowing that 50,000 rupees from outside, along with the assets, your liability value also going to increase. Or otherwise, if you are planned to contribute additional capital of 50,000 rupees, your equity will increase. Equity means your capital, and liabilities. Instead of contributing from your pocket, if you are going to borrow from bank or from external party, your liability will increase. So when asset is increased, liability also increase. Or otherwise, when you are going to convert the bank balance or cash balance, for example, your bank balance shows 5 lakh rupees in balance sheet. From 5 lakh rupees, if you are going to use 1 lakh rupees to purchase the asset, what will happen? No impact in the liability side. Asset side, cash balance will, bank balance will decrease, asset value will increase. So same side effect. It will not impact in equity or liability. So this is called balance sheet equation. Any transaction is happening in business, definitely there should be a dual effect. Equity and liability also will increase, assets also will increase. Or otherwise, equity liability will decrease when asset is decreasing. For example, what the 50,000 rupees borrowed from outside to purchase the asset, you are planning to repay that 50,000 rupees. What is the sources to repay? You have bank balance. So bank balance will comes under the asset side. So from bank balance, 50,000 you are taking and repaying the third party liability what you have borrowed for purchase the asset. So asset side 50,000 will decrease, liability side 50,000 will decrease. So again, the balance sheet will be equal. This is called balance sheet equation. If your balance sheet is not equal, assets is assets is showing a higher balance or lesser balance than the liability, you have done some mistake in your by following the accounting policies. The concept, those concepts helping us to record the transaction, it is called accounting concepts. We have accounting standards. If a person is doing business within India, Indian accounting standards will guide them to record the transaction. At the same time, if he is doing business in international level or multinational level, international accounting standards will guide them to record the transactions. So whatever the place left in standards, there the accounting concept will help us. I hope you can understand. So, maximum in majority place, the accounting standards will help us to record the transactions. Wherever the gap in accounting standards, wherever the areas not covered in the accounting standards, so there the accounting concept will help us to record the transaction. Those things are considered a set of assumptions. So while recording the transaction, accounting concept is helping us. At the same time, while preparing the financial statement, recording is different from preparation of financial statement. So recording is the preliminary work. If sales is happen or purchases happen, if assets sold, etc., and those things, those transactions will be recording in a systematic manner. By that time, we'll use the accounting concepts as guidelines to record the transaction. At the same time, if you are going to prepare any financial statement as per the request of or as per the command from the management side, when we are preparing the financial statement, by that time those accounting conventions will help us to prepare the financial statements, like convention of materiality. So whatever the information to be disclosed, those information we have to disclose. Otherwise, if where small information, it is called immaterial information, is not necessary to give elaborately in the accounts. For example, if you are going to purchase any stationaries for the business, you no need to mention separately as pen purchased, pencil purchased, eraser purchased, like that, printing papers purchased, like that. It is immaterial to mention those things in the accounting records. So otherwise, if you are mentioning everything in the accounting records, it will be headache to the accountant. So while going for auditing or vouching, by the time they will face the problem. So whatever the information is material and whatever the information is immaterial, we should have ability to categorize. So if immaterial information, that means how we are saying that it is a material information, immaterial information, which information really going to make change in the decision making. It is called a material information. Or which data will not going to influence anything in the decision making. It is called immaterial information, immaterial data. So those immaterial data to be consolidated as per the convention of materiality. Like any dustbin purchased for office, it is not necessary mentioned in the name of dustbin. We can bring under the miscellaneous expenses. So whatever the small petty expenses, and same like that, calculator purchased. Calculator is a equipment. We can treat. Even if you are purchasing computer, computer is a equipment. We cannot treat computer as a stationery. But at the same time, we can treat calculator under the stationaries item, because the price what we have paid for purchase the calculator, even though it is office equipment, if you paid 300 rupees to purchase office equipment, where that the calculator will help us for next to 5 years or 8 years, if you are keeping properly. So that 500 rupees minimum amount is not necessary to mention in the asset side separately. And if you are bringing under the asset category, we have to depreciate the asset value, and providing depreciation is a headache, another headache for the accountant. So where the smaller amount, even though it is the equipment, we no need to bring under the equipment, we can bring under the stationery. Same like that, printing cartridge, etc. So it is called materiality. And convention of it is actually conservatism. Convention of conservatism. This is the convention of conservatism. So what the convention of conservatism is helping us, when we are going to record the transactions, if we have two value, we have to take lowest value to record the transaction. For example, if you have closing stock in our business, so where the closing stock of finished goods you have prepared or produced from your business, where raw material price was less. But if the same quantity of material, same quantity of finished goods, if you are going to produce at present situation, the cost may be going to increase. So market price will increase. So what is the lowest price what we are maintaining, and what is the market price of material, market price of the closing stock? If we have two value, but our price is 10,000, market price is 13,000 rupees. So out of two, which value we can take to record the closing stock value, means we have to take the lowest value for playing in safer side. We cannot believe the highest value. So maximum we have to try to avoid the error happening in future. Suppose if you are recording 13,000 rupees, what will happen if 13,000 price is falling down to 11,000? Again, there will be a problem to us. So that's so for playing in safer side, we have to take the lowest value. And convention of consistency, the same accounting procedure to be followed throughout the long time. So for example, if you are going to take accounting period concept, I said in yesterday's class, we can take either the financial year or calendar year or any academic year. Normally academic year is starting from June to end with July. So academic year, any set of 12 months time period can taken by the businessman to record the transaction. If businessman taken accounting, the financial year as the accounting period, he should continue with that one for n number of years. So, for example, this year he followed financial year as the accounting period. The next year, if he is going to follow the calendar year as the accounting year, and next year again going to change financial year as the accounting year, that will be a problem. That will create n number of problems to the businessman. So we should not follow that one. So the same methodology how to adapt. And if in case of depreciation, same like that. There are two way of depreciation, like written down value and straight line method. If he is going to follow the straight line method, that straight line method to be adopted for a number of years. He should not change frequently whatever the policies he is going to adopt. So that is called convention of consistency. Then finally, convention of full disclosures. Whatever the information going to make change in the decision making, there we have to show all informations in our financial report. When the report is producing, report is preparing as per the management order. So the report should disclose all informations, even which information is going to change the decisions of particular situation. Decisions in particular situation. It is called convention of full disclosures. And maximum remaining thing you can prefer. I will give importance to the problem area because 8 unit we cannot cover within 8 hours. So I can give guidelines alone. So this is unit 2 is very much important than unit 1. Here we are going to use golden rules to record all accounting transactions. So what are the things we are going to discuss here, like double entry system of bookkeeping? I said the differences between single entry system and double entry system. Case of single entry system, no particular policies or no particular principles is adopted to record the transaction. For example, the street vendor as well as the small petty shop owner situated in the street corner, they are the example. They will not follow any systematic record. They simply they will write whatever the debit and credit, whatever the sales, credit sales and cash sales, credit purchase, etc. They will write in a single notebook according to their convenience, according to their knowledge. That is called a single entry book system. And double entry means where we are going to follow the gap rules, generally accepted accounting principles rule, uniformly to record the transactions. Every transaction will have dual effect. Dual effect. I said if asset purchased for cash, we have to add the asset value of asset with the existing asset value, as well as we have to treat the cash is gone away. Cash flow is gone away to purchase the asset. So outflow also, cash outflow also happen, and assets inflow also happen. So where we are going to record both in both the account, debit aspect as well as the credit aspect, it is called the dual entry system. And journal, ledger, I said journal means where the preliminary steps we are following, like following the gap rules, recording the transaction. The process of recording transaction is called a journal, and the process of classifying the transaction is called a ledger, and summarizing the transaction to know whether we have given equal amount of equal effect for the debit to credit, that we can confirm with the help of trail balance. If trail balance is not tally, the total debit balance is not tally with the total credit balance, there we can come to know that we have done some mistakes in the journal process as well as or otherwise in ledger posting process. So there it is a rectification mechanism to identify where mistake has happened. Then only we can move to the final account. If our trial balance is not getting tally, we cannot prepare the final accounts, like a preparation of trading, profit and loss and balance sheet is not easy. It will give the meaningless report. If trial balance is tally only, we can prepare the full-fledged report, and that report will reflect the real fact about the business environment. And adjustment of closing, what is the treatment for closing stock, depreciation, bad debts, provision for bad debts. Bad debts means if where some credit sales amount is not coming back or turning back, where certain customer is not paid back, it is called bad debts. And with the expectation of current year bad debts, when we are taking provision for bad debts, that means some advance treatment. It is called provision for bad debts. And outstanding. Outstanding means where any expenses is not paid, if postponing the expenses but getting services from the various person. Like for example, salary is not paid for 2 months, it is called outstanding. Wages is not paid for 1 month, it is called outstanding. And prepaid, when we paid in advance before going to avail the service. Insurance is the best example for prepaid. Insurance is always in prepaid nature. The SIM or mobile services what we are using, it is always is considered as majority of us 99% we are using the prepaid in nature. If expenses what we have paid, if expenses is related to the next financial year or next accounting period, it is called a prepaid. And advance and accrued income. Advance means if you have received any advance from the customers, or interest is accrued, not received but earned. Interest is accrued with the investment account, etc. Those things will come under the unit number 2. Can you follow me? Any one of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you clear? Do you have any doubt up to this?
Sir.
Okay. If you have any doubt, please come forward, because when I'm going to presentation mode, I cannot see your comment. Can you see this one? Document, Google document.
Right.
Yeah, Google document. Okay. So this is what we have discussed in yesterday's class. Like there are 3 types of account. Majorly we can categorize into 2 types, like personal account, impersonal account. If any transaction is related to the natural person or artificial person, even though artificial person, like any business entity, banks, trading company, those are having soul as per the law. Natural person, how we are having soul naturally, where we can able to breathe in, breathe out. Same like that, the artificial person, who's called artificial person, any business entity which is registered as per any competent law, they are called a artificial person. And trade as any trading company, any business entity, for example, Vijayan trading company, some retailers running the business with a specific name, is called the artificial person. And banks, we have dealing with the banks. Banks also comes under the artificial person. Either the natural person or artificial person, both will comes under the personal account. So debit the receiver, credit the giver. So this is a dual aspect. Who is receiving from us, we have to debit. Who is giving to us, we have to credit. So debit the receiver, credit the giver. If any cash transaction is happened, their name we should not bring here. For example, goods sold to Ramu. Only this is the sentence. Goods sold to Ramu. They not mention anything about the cash. So we have to treat this transaction as a credit transaction. So goods sold to Ramu, who is receiving from us? Ramu is receiving from us. So Ramu's account data, we have to debit the Ramu's account. Then what is going out? If goods is going out, it is called sales. When we are going for sales, we have to come under the real account. Credit what goes out. Goods is going out, stock is going out. So we have to follow the a debit principle of personal account and credit principle of impersonal account. That means real account. So SOMU's account data to sales. Wherever the sales and purchases happen, we should not mention the goods. We have to mention purchase. If you purchases happen, purchase, and if sales is happen, sales. Okay. So what is the movement here? Goods is movement here. We should not mention the goods debit and goods credit. So instead of that, what is our prime transaction? Purchase and sales is a prime transaction. So that we have to bring here. And credit the giver. For example, goods purchased from Somo. This is a credit transaction. Goods purchased from Somo. So what is getting in? We have to go for goods is getting in. Inflow of goods. So real account norms. Debit what comes in. Purchase account data. Who is giver? Somo is giver to Somo's account. So this is a combination of personal account and the real account we have to follow to record the sales, credit sales, as well as credit purchase. And if asset is purchased, if you are purchasing asset, we have to check whether asset purchased for cash or credit. If asset purchased for credit, we have to record the transaction with the combination of personal account as well as the real account. If asset purchased with the cash, for example, assets purchased from Murugan and company for cash. When we have mentioned as cash, in transaction, it is not necessary to mention the Murugan's name. Understand? So we paid cash to Murugan. So we don't have any contractual relationship with Murugan to ourselves. So if you not paid cash, if you bought goods or any asset for credit, then only we have contractual relationship with the Murugan or seller or supplier. So here we bought goods and paid cash means even though name is mentioned, we no need to maintain their records, their name in our record. So there, by the time goods purchased from Murugan and Company for cash means we have to mention debit what comes in purchase account data to what is going out. Cash is going out, cash flow is going out. We have to follow the credit what goes out. Same like that, nominal account rules. Whatever the expenses and losses, incomes and gains, we have to record in the nominal account. So what is called the expenses? What is called the losses? There is a difference. So both are losing money. Okay, so expenses means any services rendered or services availed by ourselves. If you are paying compensation to those services, it is called expenses. Like rental charges paid, interest paid, insurance paid, labor charges paid, salary paid, carriage inward or carriage outwards paid, advertisement expenses paid, salesman salary paid, etc. Those things are considered as expenses. What is called a loss? If any asset purchased for 5 lakh rupees and sold for 4 lakh 80,000 rupees, what is the loss here? We cannot say that 20,000 rupees as loss. The 20,000 rupees is considered as loss for us. Sorry, we cannot say the 20,000 rupees as expenses. The 20,000 is considered as loss. So loss on sale of machinery account data under the nominal account rule. So loss on debit all expenses and losses. Here we have to take loss. So loss on sale of expenses, loss on sale of asset account data to what is going out, asset is going out, the concerned asset we have to credit here. To credit what goes out. This is the way we are going to record. And incomes and gains, how the incomes and gains to be recorded. For example, interest received, dividend received, or any type of rent received, commission received, etc. Those things are considered as income to the businessman. So those income to be recorded as per the nominal account rule. When he is receiving, what is coming inside? Cash is coming inside. If rent is received, means cash is coming inside. So real account norms we have to follow. Whether cash is coming inside or he directly depositing into the bank, in both the situation we have to take debit what comes in. And if banker received, instead of us, banker received means we have to mention the personal account, debit the receiver. Who is receiving on behalf of us? Banker is receiving on behalf of us. So bank account data to what is the income to us? Credit all incomes, interest account, bank account data to interest account, or bank account data to rent account if rent received, bank account data to commission account if commission received, bank account data to dividend account if dividend received for investment made by us. Okay, etc. So this is the transaction. These are all the three golden rules we have to keep it in our mind. So then only you can record all the transaction. If you are following those three rules, your trial balance will tally. Okay, so there are three steps you have to follow. First one is recording all day-to-day transaction. Second one is the classification of transaction. Third one is the summarizing the transaction with the help of balance sheet. Then only we can move to the final account. Otherwise, your final account will not get tally. If it is a preliminary stage, otherwise, if data is already given, so how we are going to record those data? We can record directly. For example, let me give some transaction. Ram started a business with the capital of 5 lakhs. Okay, let me take 1st April 2024. Ram started a business, and 4/5/2023, sorry, 24, goods purchased for cash rupees 4,000. On 6th May, we take like this. 6th May, goods purchased from Kannan for rupees 10,000. 8th May, goods sold to Gruba and traders for cash rupees 15,000. 10th May, office equipment purchased for rupees 5,000. 15th May, advertisement charges paid for rupees 2,000. 20th May, carriage charges paid rupees 500. Then 30th May, oh, not May, started with April now. Salary paid rupees 8,000. That's all. Only few transactions I have brought here. Are you clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yeah, thank you. So only few transactions I brought here to journalize those transactions. If they're asking question, so we have a number of complicated transactions. I am not bringing those complicated transactions since it is undergraduation. So I am bringing only regular transactions. What normally a businessman is doing in his business. And now we have to prepare journal entries. This is a preliminary stage. Journal entries in the books of whose account? Ram for the month of April 2024. So 1 month transaction is given here. So we are going to prepare journal entries. So just guide me by following that. You can take the screenshot of this one, these three, then it will be easy. If you are going to take this screenshot, you can answer for those transactions. Okay. Now, how many column is required? You have to prepare a table. So first one is for serial number, and sorry, not necessary to prepare serial number, date, particular, debit, credit. We need 4 columns. Okay. I don't know how many of you belongs to commerce. So if you are belongs to commerce students, you may getting bored. Date, particulars, debit, credit. This is the way you have to record the transaction. So I'm able to use a current symbol. That's why I'm using rupees. We can possible to put current symbol, rupee symbol. You can mark. Okay, that's all. Okay. So what is the first transaction? Anyone can read? Any one of you, please come forward. Yeah, please read.
Ram started a business with a capital of 5 lakhs.
Yeah. Can you compare with the golden rules? What are the accounting rule we have to follow here? You can assume you are the Ram. Okay, you can assume you are the Ram. You are the Ram. So when you are going to record the transaction, it is not necessary to mention your name because it's your record, right? So instead of Ram, you have to keep capital in your mind. That's all. So there are two transactions we have to follow here. One is capital, another one is cash. Understand? When you are going to start business, the cash is contributing in the name of capital. Okay. So one personal account and one nominal, one real account we have to follow. The first things we have to measure, we have to make sure that whether cash inflow or cash outflow. So Ram started business. In business point of view, we have to think. Okay. So cash is getting inflow in case of business. So debit what comes in? Cash account data. Right? On which date? 1st April 24. Cash account A bar C, you can mention that. And you have to mention D or here representing debit. How much the transaction? 5 lakhs. Okay. And to make difference between debit credit, we have to give 4-5 space here, and we have to mark to what is here? Capital. Credit the giver. Who is giving? Ram is giving to the business. So instead of Ram name, we have to mention capital account. Capital account. You don't need to mention the credit here. 5 lakhs. Okay. The transaction is over. To remember the transaction, we have to write the narration being Ram started a business with capital. This is called a narration. That narration should not go or should not cross the debit line. Okay, within the particulars itself, you have to write. This is the procedure. You have to write the cash in left corner, and after 4 spaces, you have to write to capital. That means the credit transaction. And when you are writing the narration within the bracket, being Ram started a business with the capital, that narration should not cross the particular column. Within the particular column, you have to write. If it is going lengthy, you can bring down. Okay. Do you have any doubt in first transaction? And second transaction. Goods purchased for cash. Okay. Goods purchased. Goods is a stock. You have to mention that. You have to keep it in your mind. Goods is a stock. Stock will comes under the current assets. Okay. Stock may be the raw material, semi-finished goods or finished goods. All three comes under the current assets. Okay. So goods purchased for cash. Understand? So what is the inflow of business? Goods is inflow. So debit what comes in. What is coming inside? Goods is coming inside. Wherever the goods purchasing and goods selling, we have to mention purchase account or sales account. So once purchasing goods, what will going out? Cash will go out. So again the cash will comes under the real account. So purchase account data to credit what goes out? Cash account. Understand? purchase account data, debit what comes in, goods is coming inside because of we are purchasing. So purchase account data to credit what goes out, cash is going out. So 4th April, what will be the transaction? 4th April 24, purchase account data. The debit is calling data. Debit, purchase account debit. How much? To cash account. What is the transaction amount? 4,000. Okay, this is over. Being goods past tense. Goods bought for cash. That's all. Do you have any doubt up to this? Hello, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please be
It's
interactive.
clear.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. What is the next transaction? You see, the third transaction also comes under the purchase, but there is a difference between second transaction to third transaction. Can anyone can explain what is the difference between two? 6th April, goods purchased from Kannan for rupees 10,000. What is the difference between second transaction and third transaction?
Sir, here there is a name from Kannan who is brought 10,000 for goods, sir.
Okay, so
So there is a name in the second one. There is we are using the cash for the goods purchase, and here we have used the name who is purchased the goods 10,000, sir. This is the difference between these.
okay, just to see now. Okay, now tell me. I have mentioned name and cash both in third transaction.
Okay.
We have to check that whether it is a credit transaction or cash transaction. Understand?
Yes,
So
sir.
that is important here. So sometimes they will mention like to confuse you. You see, if transaction is given here like this, you have so they have mentioned Kannan name, so we have to take Kannan as a personal account person. So we have to follow the personal account. That is not material here. Kannan, whether mentioning name or not, it is not matter here. We have to make sure that we have to identify that whether it is a credit transaction or cash transaction. The second transaction is cash transaction, even though they are not mentioned as cash. Okay, what we have to do? We have to treat these as a cash transaction because since the name is not given here. Okay, so they clearly mention as cash. That's so we can able to identify it is a cash transaction. But third transaction, they have mentioned Kannan name but not mentioned the cash. If cash is mentioned, even though Kannan name is mentioned here, if cash is mentioned, it is a cash transaction. We no need to give importance to the Kannan. Okay. At the same time, if where there is cash is not mentioned here, so we have to make sure that it is a credit transaction. So the for 10,000 rupees value of goods what we purchased till yet to pay, we have to pay in future. So Kannan name to be mentioned in our record. Understand? If cash is mentioned there, we no need to think about the Kannan. This is a cash transaction. How we have given treatment for the second transaction, the same appeal for the third transaction also. But now Kannan is a person. So once a person name given, what we have to do? Personal account norms we have to follow. So goods purchased from Kannan. So a real account norms as well as the personal account norms, both the combination to be followed. Understand? So goods purchased means debit what comes in. What is getting inside? Goods is coming inside. So purchase account data. So one real account norms. Who is the giver? Kannan is giver. So credit the giver. Are you clear? So here what we have to do again another purchase, but this purchase is called credit purchase. Purchase account debit to, since it is a credit transaction, credit the giver to Kannan account. How much? 10,000 value of goods we bought from Kannan for credit. Okay. So what is the transaction? Being goods bought from Kannan for credit. Okay, so this transaction is over. And what about next transaction? 8th April, goods sold to Kirban traders for cash. Whether it is a cash transaction or credit transaction. Can you tell me? Any one of you? 8th April, goods sold to Kirban traders for cash. So cash is mentioned here. So it is a cash transaction. So when cash is given, it is not necessary to keep the Kirban traders in our mind. It is not necessary. Okay, because the cash is given. So it is a cash transaction. What is the entry for purchase? So opposite entry we have to make for sales. So once sales is made for cash, real account norms you have to follow. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Can you tell me with this transaction? Goods sold. What is the journal now? If goods sold for cash, what we are going to get inside? Ah, any one of you out of 14? Yes, sir. Your mobile has some problem, I think. Any other member?
Debit what comes in?
Ah, yeah. Debit what comes in. So, a businesswoman, if you are going to sell the goods, what you are going to get back? You sold goods to customer. What is your consideration? What you are going to get from customer?
Credit.
No, madam. You are selling goods to customer for cash. Once goods handed over to the customer, what you are going to get as consideration?
Cash only.
Yeah, that is important here. So, okay. So, debit what comes in. Once the goods sold, cash flow will be there. Cash inflow will be there. So, debit what comes in. What you are going to get? Cash you are going to get as inflow. So, cash account data. 2. What will go out? Goods will go out. Okay. So, when goods will go out, for what goods will go out? Whether any for repairs or maintenance, etc. No. Because of sales, goods is going out. So, here we have to give importance to the purchase and sales. I already said. So, what is the transaction here? Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Both are comes under the real account norms. So 8th April, 8th April 24, cash account data to what is going out? To sales. So goods sold are transferred to customer should bring under the sales account. Goods purchased from suppliers should bring under the purchase account. So how much the transaction? 15,000 rupees. So this is a cash transaction. Since they have clearly mentioned that sold for cash, 15,000 rupees. So being goods sold for cash. Here we no need to mention the person who bought goods from us because cash transaction. Okay, this is over. And what about next one? Office equipment purchased for rupees 500, sorry 5,000. Office expenses, sorry, office equipment. Office equipment is the asset for us, right? Office equipment. If suppose stationery purchased, it mentioned stationery purchased. Stationery is the expenses. We have to follow the nominal account rule. Debit all expenses, stationery account data. And once we are going to purchase the stationery, cash will go out. So nominal account debit rule and real account credit rule we have to follow. But here office equipment purchased. Office equipment is the asset. It may be the typewriting machine or computer or any other type of printing machine or any other type of equipment what we have bought for business use. It is called equipment. Once equipment purchased, it will comes under the assets, fixed assets. So debit what comes in office equipment account data. Once equipment bought, what we are going to give back as consideration to the seller, supplier, cash. We will going to pay cash to purchase the equipment. So debit what comes in office equipment account data, office equipment account data to you are going to pay cash. Cash will go out from your business cash account. So how much? 5,000 rupees. 5,000 value of equipment bought. So that 5,000 value of equipment will add on with the business asset and your cash will decline. You see, asset and cash both will come under the asset side. Okay, cash balance will decline and asset balance will increase. Now just imagine about the accounting equation. No, that this transaction is not impact anything in the liability side. So here how much? 5,000 on 10th April. Okay. '24. This one is over. And what about next one? 15th April. Advertisement charges paid. Advertisement charges. Advertisement expenses is the expenses. Advertisement charges is the expenses. 15th April 24. Advertisement expenses account data. So advertisement, it is expenses. We have to follow the nominal account, debit all expenses. So as per the nominal account provisions, we have debited the expenses. Okay. What will go out? If any expenses met, cash will go out. Cash is comes under real account. So what is going out? Cash is going out. So to real account. So how much advertisement expenses? 2,000 rupees. 2,000. So one nominal account rule and one real account rule. So being advertisement expenses paid. That's all. Okay. So what is the next transaction? That's why I said to take screenshot. Otherwise, if it is a very smaller transaction, no issue. If you are going to prepare ledger, so each and every time I have to come back to check the transaction. 20th April, carriage charges paid. Carriage is expenses like transport charges, carrying the raw material or carrying the finished goods. We both the time we are paying. If you paid any carriage expenses for bringing the raw material, it is called direct expenses. Expenses can categorize into direct expenses and indirect expenses. Any expenses which is directly related to the product, it is called production of product. It is called direct expenses. For example, if you are going to purchase a marker pen selling price is 20 rupees in the market. To make a marker pen, whatever the expenses is incurred, That means to convert the raw material into finished goods. Like to prepare to make a marker pen, what are the ingredients is required? What are the materials is required? It may be the ink or the sponge and the plastic tube what they are using inside the marker pen, and plastic cap, plastic cylinder shape container, etc. These are all the things using by them. And in front they are using some like a needle type small cotton nipple to give outflow of ink. So these are all the materials. If you are purchasing the material from the market, that is related to the direct cost. Bringing material to the factory, any transport charges paid, it is related to the direct cost. Processing charges, unloading material and processing the material into the finished goods, whatever the production process is happening, it is also considered as direct cost. Okay, so we have converted material into finished goods, that's all. Where it will reach the market. So up to converting the material into finished goods, and when we are saying it is a finished goods and keeping in our hand, up to what expenses we have made, it is called direct expenses. Then whether it will reach the market, whether the customer will come to know that there is a pen in a company, no. We have to make it is available to the customers. So what are the things we are going to do? We'll go for advertisement. This is a company, we are making a marker pen. It is suitable for you. So if you want, you can purchase from the market, from the retailers, it is available. To disclose the information about the product to the customers, we are going for advertisement. So advertisement is indirectly related to the product. Okay. And after production processes gets over, we need some administrative help. So we are having some permanent employee to administrate those transactions, but they are not directly involved with the production. Okay. So whatever the salary paid to the people, the salary is considered as indirect expenses. Office administration charges is considered as indirect expenses. Selling and marketing expenses is considered as indirect. And any transport like carrying the finished goods to the market, it is called indirect expenses. Okay. And all other expenses is called indirect expenses. Whether direct expenses or indirect expenses, we have to bring both under the journalizing the record transaction. So when we are going to prepare the final account, there we have to give importance to the direct expenses as well as indirect expenses. And here carriage expense, carriage is paid 20th April, 500 rupees. So 20th April 24, carriage charges paid 500. So cash transaction, cash is going out to cash 500 being carriage charges paid to bring material. Okay. I think only one transaction. 30th salary paid. So salary paid, salary is expenses. So salary paid means cash will go out. Whether salary paid to the employee or salary paid to the manager or so what are the two combinations we have to use here? One is nominal account, debit all expenses, salary is expenses, and credit what goes out. Cash will goes out. So debit rule of nominal account and credit rule of real account we have to use here. So 30th April salary account data. Always this debit we have to write in right corner. These are all the rule to record the transaction. We cannot write just like that. So your presentation is very much important. Keep it in our mind. Whether your answer is right or wrong, that is a different matter. Your presentation should be neat, very neat. Okay, so always prepare the tabular column to record the transaction like this, and record all the transaction by following the rule what I have followed here. So how much? 8,000 rupees. 8,000. 8,000 being salary paid to employee. There is a difference between salary and wage. Wage we are paying for people involved in production. The wage may related to the hourly basis or piece rate basis. If you produced n number of pieces, what is the rate of wage for production of 1 unit? And if you worked 1 hour, what is the wage? So wage is not permanent one. So wage is depending upon the production process. If production is increase, wage will increase. If production is decrease, wage will decrease. But salary is not like that. Salary will be given to the permanent employee. Each and every 30 days once, the salary will be paid to the permanent employee. Each and every monthly once. So if salary paid, indirectly we can say that they are involved in the administrative activity. If wage paid, we can say that they involved in production activity. Okay. So being salary paid to employee. And the amount column, when you are recording the amount, it should be in right hand alignment. Okay. So this is the way we have to record the transactions. So recording process is over. It is called journal. This process is called the journal. We have recorded all day-to-day transaction, business transaction into the RAM's books. Okay, those things will be done with the help of tally within a matter of 5 minutes. If you are recording, everything will be over. All transaction will be disclosed by the tally. Okay, any doubt? Do you have any doubt? You see how many cash transaction happen here? Whether what will be the total net cash inflow? We have paid cash and we have received cash. So what is the net cash balance in our hand? With the help of this transaction, whether you can see, you cannot see. We have only 5-6 transaction. How many? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Only we have 8 transactions. So it is easy to identify how many debit and how many credit. We can come to know that what is the net balance. But if you have 1,000 transaction or if you have 100 transaction, it is not easy to identify with the help of journal. So if you want to know the total purchase, total sales, total cash transaction, total expenses, etc., we need to go for classify the accounts into the homogeneous account. The next process is called ledger the transaction. Okay, we'll bring all cash into the cash account, all purchase into the purchase account, all sales into the sales account to know the closing cash balance, closing purchase balance, closing sales balance. Okay, that process is called ledgering the transaction. Okay, so that we'll discuss in the next class. Do you have any doubt? Hello.
No, sir.
Okay,
No, sir.
thank you. Just let me share the link in chat box.
No, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I have shared the presentation link. And share the document link also. It is available in the chat box. Both are same, huh? Yes, both are same. Okay. So you can find my Google slide as well as the Google document in both the link. Okay, you can take. Oh, just a minute. It's asking access. Now the access is updated, so you can use the link, no issue. Okay, thank you. I think next professor is waiting.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So access is updated for both document as well as PPT. Yeah, carry on, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So good afternoon, students. Today I'll be handling business communication for you. Okay. So let me share my screen. Is my screen visible? Can somebody respond?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Please check now.
Yes, ma'am. It is now
Yes,
visible.
ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm Mrs. San, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, Sharda Gangadharan College, Pondicherry. So I'll be handling business communication for you. Okay. So I don't know whether you have gone through the syllabus. I have given the syllabus here. Okay. So today we will see certain portions in Unit 1. Okay, in Unit 1 we have communication, the need, objectives and principles of communication, communication media, types of communication, process of communication, interpersonal communication, then various characteristics or features of business communication, types of communication and barriers to communication, and how to overcome the barriers. Okay, so these are the certain portions which we have to cover in the first unit. Okay, so totally we have 8 units, and even you can find the syllabus in the Pondicherry University website too. Okay, in case if the syllabus which I have given here is not clear to you, you can check the Pondicherry website too. Okay, anyway, I'll share the PPT with you once I complete the Unit 1. Okay, then you can go through it. Okay, so now we will move on to the portions. Hope I am clearly audible, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So Unit 1 is about communication. So we all know communication is something very much important in any aspect of life. Okay, whether at home, at school, at the college, at the workplace, wherever we go, whether in a petty shop, in a supermarket, wherever we go, communication is an important aspect. Now, all the employers or all the recruiters, they look for communication. Apart from our degrees, they look for communication and confidence. So you all know very much the importance of this communication. Okay, so we can say that communication is pervasive. That means communication is everywhere. Wherever you go, in any situation, you should have this communication. You know, even a plant, it communicates. How it communicates? If we don't water the plant, it will faint or it will droop down. It's the way of communication by the plant. So any living being will communicate. Okay, so now we will move on to the portion. So what is communication? It is the process of passing information from one person to another. So when we want to pass some information, when we want to convince somebody else, so when we want to persuade others, communication requires. Okay, so it's between two persons. So when the communication happens between two persons, we can say that it is an effective communication. Sometimes we can see one person alone speaks. Okay, he speaks to himself. We say that that person is insane or that person is mad. So there is no effective communication there. Okay, and we communicate to achieve something. So communication is a means to achieve an end. So we should get some result after the communication. So now we are communicating. I'm handling classes. Okay, I am the sender and you are the receiver. I am sending the information and you are receiving the information. So when you interact in between or when you respond to my questions, it becomes an effective communication. And this word communication, it's derived from the Latin word communis, which means common. Okay, it derived from the Latin word communis, which means common. So this is a basic introduction about communication. Okay, now we will see two definitions of communication. The first one is given by Dale S. Beach. He says, communication involves the transfer of information and understanding from person to person. So from this definition, it's very clear that there are two persons, okay, person to person. So it is the transfer of information and understanding from one person to another person. So this is the definition given by Dale S. Beach. And we have one more definition here. It's given by William Newman and Charles Summer. He says, communication is an exchange of facts, ideas, opinions, or emotions between two or more people. So, from both these definitions, it's very clear there are two or more people to have an effective communication. So effective communication doesn't happen when one person speaks. There should be two or more people while communicating or for an effective communication. Okay. So now I have given a basic idea of what's communication and two definitions. Now we will see need for communication. Okay, what is the need for the communication or what is the purpose of communication? So we can say that communication is the lifeblood of business. You know, in a human body, nerves are very important. In the same way, in a business, communication is very much important. That is why communication is the lifeblood of business. Because in a business, we need to communicate with others, we need to expand our business, we should have internal communication. That means we have to communicate with the employees. Okay, then we have external communication. That means we have to communicate with the external agencies like clients, suppliers of the raw materials, with the government offices. Okay, so we need both internal and external communication. So communication is the lifeblood of the business. And communication makes the manager successful in his managerial activities. In Principles of Management, you might have learned the functions of management. The first and foremost function of management is planning. Okay, planning is the primary function of management, followed by organizing, staffing, directing, coordinating, reporting, budgeting, directing, motivation, communication, leadership. All those things are functions of management. So, for a manager to be successful in his managerial activities, communication is important. He becomes successful when he is able to communicate well with his colleagues, well with his subordinate, and well with his clients and suppliers of raw materials. Okay, so you understood the importance of communication. Then it promotes cooperation and industrial peace. How communication promotes cooperation? You know, when any problem happens between two persons, an open communication solves the problem. Whenever a problem arises, we should not keep it to ourselves. We should communicate. We should expose ourselves. We should say what's our problem. Then only we can find a solution to that problem. Okay, so it brings about cooperation. It brings about coordination. It brings about industrial peace. Industrial peace is nothing but the industrial relation between the employer and the employees, and also between the employees. So when there is a good relation or when there's a cordial relation between the employer and the employees, and between the employees there arises a proper industrial relation. Okay, so that brings about cooperation and coordination between the employees in the organization. Next one is it helps in decision making. So while taking a decision, we have to discuss with our friends, we have to discuss with our colleagues, we have to discuss with our family. So to bring about a consensus in a decision, we need to communicate with the people. Okay. So in order to bring a final decision, so we need to argue, we need to discuss. So then only we can come to a proper conclusion, or we can come to a proper decision. So it helps in decision making. Another point is it brings about internal coordination. Coordination, as I told you earlier, coordination between the employees and also the coordination between the employer and the employees. So when there is coordination between the employees, the work goes smooth. Okay, there will be a smooth flow of the work in the organization. Then external collaboration. So what is meant by external collaboration? People people in the organization, they need to interact with the people outside. So that is external communication. We need to collaborate with the employees of the other organization. We need to collaborate with our clients. We need to collaborate with the government officials. Then we need to collaborate with the suppliers of the raw materials. Okay. So external collaboration. Another one is customer satisfaction. Okay, for a customer, sometimes some problems might arise. So what the customer will do immediately, he sends a letter, or he sends an email, or he might even call the organization. So when a problem arises for a customer, it is a responsibility of the organization to solve it. So whenever he has any grievance, it is the responsibility of the organization to redress it. So when an organization redresses the grievances of the customers, they gain satisfaction. They achieve satisfaction. Since the problems are solved, they gain satisfaction. Okay. Next one is problem solving. As I told you just now, it helps in solving the problems. There should be clear communication between the two persons, or there should be an open communication. So open communication is a gateway. We can say that it's a gateway to the coordination or the cooperation among the people. Next one is it increases the reputation of the organization, or it increases the image of the organization, or it builds up the goodwill of the organization. So when when the people in the organization, when they communicate properly or clearly with their employees and with their customers, the reputation of the organization increases. Okay, so these are the need for communication. Hope you are clear with the points. Is there any doubt in any point? If you have any point, you can unmute yourself. You can ask me. I can clear it and I can proceed to the next slide. Is there any clarification?
No, ma'am, it's clear.
It's clear. Okay. Hope it's clear for others too. Okay. Or it's not a problem. In case of any clarification, I can give you my mail ID. Okay, you can forward your doubts to my mail ID. I can clarify it. Okay. Okay, so now we had seen a basic idea of communication, introduction to communication. Then we had seen the definition, and we had seen the need for communication. So now we will see certain objectives of communication. Okay, what is the purpose? This is almost similar to the need for communication. Okay, objectives. The first one is to tie people and organizational structure together, or to bring together people and the organizational structure together. So what is meant by organizational structure? So it is a structure where the people belonging to the various levels of the management are brought together. Basically there are 3 levels of management. you might have learned in Principles of Management. There are 3 levels. They are top level, middle level, and the operating level, which is called the low level. So 3 levels of management: top level, middle level, and the operating level, which is also called the low level of management. Okay. So to bring together the 3 levels of management and to bring together or to coordinate the people, we need communication. Okay. So in many organizations, when we enter the organization, they have clearly displayed the organization structure. Who belongs to the top level management, then who belongs to the middle level, and who belongs to the operating level. So the top level, the people like CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Operating Officer, okay, Managing Director, Executive Director, these people, they belong to the top level management. Then middle level, we can say that the managers of various departments like production department, finance department, human resource department, marketing department. So managers of various departments, they belong to the middle level. And the operating level, the people belonging like supervisors, foremen, these people, they belong to the operating level of management. Okay. So to bring together the people and the organization structure together, that is one of the objectives of communication. Then point number 2, to help people understand, accept, and act upon the policies and procedures of the organization. So planning is one of the functions of management, and policies and procedures, there are different types of plans. Okay. So policies, they are the guidelines to decision making. Okay. So any organization, they have policies, and these policies is unique to each organization, or it differs from organization to organization. So policies are guidelines to decision making, and procedures are the step-by-step activities and organization does. So that also differ from organization to organization. So this communication, it helps people to understand, to accept the policies and procedures of the organization. Okay. Then next one is to provide information. So from the 2 definitions we had seen that exchange of information is called communication. So to provide information for group effort is another objective of communication. Then to develop right attitudes among employees through motivation. So these employees, they motivate the employees. So how they motivate the employees? They can appreciate the employees, that is through word of mouth, that is oral communication, or through certificates. So they can give like Employee of the Month award or Employee of the Year award. Okay, so they can provide a certificate. So that is written communication. So that certificate is a permanent record, or it is a proof for that employee that he was an Employee of the Month for a particular month, or he was an Employee of the Year for a particular year. Okay, so employers, they can use this communication to motivate the employees, and it improves a positive, it develops a positive attitude among the employees, which leads to job satisfaction, and it further leads to productivity in the organization. Okay, followed by profitability of the organization. So the communication helps in developing right attitude among the employees through motivation. Okay, so it is the duty of the employers, or it is the duty of the superiors to motivate the subordinates or to motivate the employees. Then, as we saw earlier, it enhances the image of the organization in the society. Okay, they do some CSR activities, that is the corporate social responsibility. Okay, as example for CSR or the corporate social responsibility is like an organization, they adopt a particular village and they try to develop that village. So that is a corporate social responsibility adopted by a particular organization. And by the way, what is meant by corporate social responsibility or CSR in short? Responsibility of the corporates or the responsibility of an organization towards the society is called the corporate social responsibility or the CSR. So when an organization undertakes the CSR, it increases the reputation of the organization, or it increases the brand image of the organization, or it improves the goodwill of the organization in the society. Okay, that organization gets a good name in the society. Next one is mutual understanding, to promote mutual understanding, cooperation, and goodwill among the management and the employees. Okay, communication helps in promoting mutual understanding. As I told you earlier, when there is any problem, there should be open communication. There should be free and open communication in order to obtain mutual understanding between the employer and the employees, or between the superiors and the subordinate. Another objective is to warn the employees. For example, if an employee is regularly late to the organization, or he is absent very often to the organization, what does the manager do? Okay, he wants the employees. What does he want? He wants that in case if you continue this behavior again, okay, if you continue this behavior, your salary will be deducted, okay, or your promotion will be uh, rejected. Okay, so he will warn the employees. So for that, communication is required. Either oral warning or a written memo will be issued to the employees. Okay, so warning the employees. Then to give advice. You know, our parents advise the kids, teachers advise the students. Likewise, the superiors, they advise the subordinate. Okay, they give necessary advice on the job or off the job too. Like off the job examples is personal advice. Suppose an employee might have some family problems, or he might have some problems on the job. So apart from the job, he seeks the advice for his problems. Okay, so to give advice, we need communication. Next one is to provide counseling. So we can say that counseling is also another form of advice. Okay, so to provide counseling to the employees, communication is required. You know, in a counseling session, there will be the counselor and the person who seeks counseling. So he says his problem, and the counselor, he or she gives necessary solution for the problems of the person. Okay, so to provide counseling, communication is essential. Then to issue orders. So order, it is usually issued downward. That is, the top management issues orders to the middle management, and the middle management issues orders to the low level management. So we should be clear that the orders is always downwards. It never goes upwards. You imagine, never a subordinate can issue order. Only an uh, employer or a person belonging to the top level management can issue order. Okay, so order flows downwards. So you should be clear about that. Order flows downwards, it never goes upward. Okay, then next one is, so somebody has unmuted the mic. Can you please mute it? Then to give suggestions. So you know, suggestions, it is usually given by the superiors. Superiors gives suggestion to the subordinates on how to work, or if there is any problem or any mismatch in our job, the superiors, they give suggestions to the subordinates to clarify the mistakes. Okay, then to persuade others. So, what is meant by persuasion? Persuasion means convincing a person. Convincing in the sense we are forcing and convincing the person to persuade the person to do a particular work. So sometimes the superior, he has to persuade the subordinate to undertake a task. Sometimes, for example, a subordinate may be lazy. So what does the superior do? He persuades the subordinate to undertake a particular task. Okay. So to persuade others is another objective of communication. Then to educate. Education also, it happens a two-way communication. Two persons, one is the teacher, another one is a student, or we have a mentor or the mentee. So there are two persons. So to educate a person, we need communication. Communication is essential. Then, to redress the grievances. So, what is meant by grievance? Grievance means a grave problem or a serious problem. To redress means to find a solution to that particular problem. So, to redress the grievances too, the two persons need to communicate. Okay. So, to redress the grievances, the communication is essential. Okay. Next one is to motivate the employees. As I told you earlier, a manager or a superior can motivate the employees either through oral communication or through written communication. Okay, oral communication is just a word of appreciation. Written communication is providing some certificates to the employees. Okay, so that is the example for to motivate the employees. Okay. Hope you are making a note of the examples and the explanation which I give, because I didn't give the explanation here. Okay, I have given the main points here. So please make a note of the points, I mean explanation and the examples which I give here. Okay. Okay. So far we had seen we were seeing the objectives of communication. Now we will see the components of communication process, or what are the important contents in a communication process. Okay. So mainly there are two players in communication process. One is the sender, another one is the receiver. So sender sends the information. He or she will send the information or sends the message. Receiver is the person who receives the message. So how the sender sends the message to the receiver. Okay, or how the receiver receives the message. Those things we will see now. Okay. So for a sender to send the message, there will be a context or there will be a situation. So a situation or this context may be physical, or it might be social, or it might be chronological or cultural. Chronological means date wise, okay, in a particular order. Okay, so there will be a particular situation or a particular context to forward the information. Okay, so next one is there will be a sender. The duty of the sender is to send the information or to send the message. So this sender, he is also called encoder. Why is he called encoder? Because he encodes the message and sends it. He might use some symbols, or he might use some short messages or short forms to send the message or to convey the message. Okay. Why does he use symbols or signs to convey the message? Because he should receive some response. Okay, that is why the sender conveys the message. He uses some symbols to convey the message to receive some response. So sender or encoder. Okay, so sender is the person who sends the message. So how he sends the message? He encodes it and sends the message. That means he will use some symbols, he will use some short forms to send the message. Then what is meant by a message? It is the key idea. that a sender wants to communicate. Okay, so what a sender wants to communicate, that is the message. And what is meant by message? It is the key idea, or it is the main information, that is called a message. So how this message is transmitted to the receiver? There should be some medium. So what is meant by medium? It is a means that is used by the sender to transmit the message, or to exchange a message, or to send the message to the receiver. So what are the various medium? It can be a letter, it can be SMS, it can be an email, it can be a WhatsApp message. Okay, so now in many cases we use WhatsApp. Okay, so because it is one of the easiest form of communication. Sometimes informal relation to WhatsApp messages are sent, or email. You know, email is electronic mail. It is another medium to exchange the message. So medium means it is a means to exchange or transmit the message, and we have various media to exchange the message. Now the next thing is recipient or the receiver. Okay, receiver is the one who receives the message. He receives from whom? He receives from the sender. So how he receives? Through some medium, through a letter, through an email, through a message, through SMS. Okay, so SMS and WhatsApp message, we can say that it's not a best example for formal communication. For a formal communication, we can say that we can use email. It is a formal method of communication. We can use letters for the formal communication. Okay, but in case of emergency, we can use some WhatsApp messages. Okay, so what this receiver does, he decodes the message which is sent by the receiver. Sometimes what happens is that receiver, he sends the message with some meaning, but receiver, he might receive in some other way. For example, suppose when somebody is sending a message, but at that time I was upset. Okay, I was in a bad mood, or I was very angry. So sometimes what happens is that when our situation is bad, or when our mood is not good, we can't receive the message in the proper meaning sent by the sender. We might misunderstand. Okay, so some misunderstand might happen in some case of communication, some stage of communication, that is called brain drain. So what is brain drain? Misunderstanding at any stage of communication. So sender will give some meaning to his message, but receiver might receive it in a different way. Okay, so some misunderstanding might happen at any stage of communication, and that is called brain drain. Okay, and another concept is feedback. So, nowadays when we attend any seminar, when we attend any webinar or any class, we used to get feedback. So, what is this feedback? So, people may give a positive feedback, people may give negative feedback. So, what is meant by this feedback? It is a response or non-response to a message. Suppose while handling physical classes, I mean not the online classes, while handling the physical classes, we can understand from the facial expression of the student. Sometimes they will yawn, okay, they will be irritated. From that, we can understand that they are not interested in the class. Okay, so sometimes we can see that some students, they nod their head, they ask the doubts, they acknowledge our explanation. Okay, by nodding the head, or by taking the notes, they acknowledge our communication. So that is called response. Non-response means some people or some students, they remain idle, they don't respond anything. So sometimes they might have understood the portion, or they might not have understood the portion. Okay, so that is the response or non-response to a message. So that is called feedback. So what is feedback? Response or non-response to a message. So normally we feel like when somebody gives feedback, that is a feedback. No, if somebody is not giving feedback to, that is also a feedback. That is the non-response to a message. Okay. So these are the various components in a communication. Okay. So there will be a context or a situation. Then the sender uses that situation to send the message. And message is some information which the sender wants to communicate to the receiver. Then the sender uses some medium. Okay, there are various media like email, letter, uh, then circular, memo, WhatsApp message, SMS. Okay, then the receiver receives the message. Then misunderstanding happens at any stage of communication, that is called brain drain. And the feedback, that is a response or non-response to a message. Okay, so these are the components of communication process. So far we had seen what is meant by communication, definition of communication, need for communication, objectives of communication, then the components of communication process. Okay, then now we will see features or characteristics of communication. So with the few portions completed, you might have got an idea about what is communication, what are the features of communication. We understood that communication is a two-way process. There should be two persons. Which are those two persons? Sender and the receiver. Sender sends the message, receiver receives the message. So for an effective communication, there should be two persons. So communication is a two-way process. It's not a one-way process. It is a two-way process. So we know in a physical class, there will be interaction between the teacher and the student. But in some cases in online classes, it might not be possible because some people, they will hesitate to open the mic and speak. Okay. But in a physical class, it might not happen. Okay. Because they see the face of the teacher and teachers can see the face of the student. They can see the responses and accordingly, they can change the pace of teaching. Okay. So communication is a two-way process. Then it is a pervasive activity. Pervasive. So what is meant by pervasive? I already told in the class. Pervasive means it's everywhere. It is universal. That means it exists everywhere. I told you, communication is there at home, at the workplace, at a shop, at the school, at the college, everywhere the communication is there. So it is a pervasive activity. Okay, a shopkeeper, to convince a customer, he needs the communication skill. Okay, so everywhere communication is there. Okay, that is why communication is pervasive. It is a pervasive activity. It belongs to all levels of management. It belongs to all the functional areas. Functional areas means, like as I told you earlier, various functions like production, marketing, finance, HR, research and development. Okay. Then levels of management, I told you earlier, top level, middle level, and the operating level or the low level. Okay. So it exists everywhere. In any situation, communication is important. That's why we tell the students before the placement, we say that communication is important. You please improve communication. Okay. So it is a pervasive activity. Then third feature is information spread. To spread the information, communication is important. To provide correct information, communication is important. Okay. So there should be proper interpretation and there should be proper understanding of the information. Okay, to spread the information. Then communication is goal oriented. You know, communication, we already saw that communication is a means to achieve an end. We need to achieve a goal. Okay, so what is the goal? The receiver should understand the information sent by the sender. Okay, so result of communication is the understanding between the sender and the receiver of the information. Okay, it's goal oriented. Fifth one is, it is a continuous process. Communication never stops. Okay, as the blood flows in the human body, communication flows in the organization. It flows each and every second. It is a it is a continuous process, or we can say that it is a never ending process, or it is dynamic. Okay, it keeps on changing, it keeps on improving, it keeps on going. Okay, as the blood flows in the human body. If the blood stops in our body, what happens to our body. The same thing, if the communication stops in the organization, the people will be completely blank. Okay, so communication is a continuous process, or it is a never-ending process, or it is a cyclic process. Okay, it's a non-stop activity, and it is essential in the organization. Then, communication, it is a circular process, or there is a circular flow. That is, communication starts from the center, he transmits the message to the receiver. Okay, and receiver sends the message and he sends the feedback to the center, and again it continues. Okay, once we talk and it never stops, it keeps on going. Okay, so it is a circular process, or there's a circular flow in communication. One day we talk to a friend and next day we don't keep mum, again we speak to them. Okay, so there is a circular flow, or there is a continual flow. Okay, then develop relationship. It helps to create a friendly relationship between different levels of management, or people belonging to the same level, even they have to develop relationship. Okay, so these are the features or characteristics of communication. Then we have to see principles of communication, or 6 C's of communication. Why it is called 6C? Okay, principles of communication are also called 6 C's. Why are they called 6 C's? Because we can see that all the 6 points, it starts with C. Courtesy, clarity, conciseness, concreteness, correctness, completeness. Okay, so all the points, it starts with C. Okay. Now we will see one by one. Courtesy. Courtesy means we have to show the concern to the receiver. Okay. So while composing the message, or while preparing the message, the sender should understand who is going to be the receiver. Okay, who is the receiver of this communication. A small example. Now I am communicating to a matured audience. Can I talk to the same way to the school students, especially like the primary level students? Never, because they won't be able to grasp these topics. So I should, and if I am talking to the school children, especially the primary level, I should understand that they are small kids, and accordingly I have to talk to them. Like I have to be one among them, I have to play with them, then I have to talk to them. Okay, so I have to understand my receiver, the receiver of my communication. Okay, so when I talk to you, I have to be a bit formal with you, because it is an online class and you are all BBA students. So I have to be a bit formal with you while delivering the lecture, right? So I have to understand the receiver. Accordingly, I have to uh, provide the information. Okay, so we have to show the concern to the receiver. Sometimes when we talk to our friend, for example, our friend is so upset. So at that time, is it a right time to crack some jokes? Never. We should understand that our friend is in a difficult situation. So if we crack a joke too, at that time, that will irritate our friend. Okay, so we have to show some concern to the receiver. We have to address the needs of the receiver. That is courtesy. Okay, then clarity. We have to speak in simple and clear language, or the message we send should be simple and clear. Sometimes we can see some people to show their vocabulary, what they will do, they will use some hard words. So that will affect the communication because the receiver may not be able to understand the message. So that will create some misunderstanding. So while composing the message, the sender should compose some simple and clear messages. He should use some appropriate words. Okay, and the sentence should not be too lengthy. We can cut short the sentence. The sentence should be short, so that will be easy for the receiver to understand. Okay, and the words should be clear to the receiver. So the sender can use some simple and clear messages while transmitting the message to the receiver. Okay, that is clarity. The message should be clear. Then conciseness. Concise means brief, very short. Okay, so for example, as students, usually students what they do, suppose we have many answers to study. We have short answer questions, we have essay questions. So normally an average student, what he or she does, first we will learn the short answer questions because it's short, then we will go for essay. So that is the mentality of some students. First, okay, let me complete these short answers, then we will go for the essay. So people, they look for short messages. So we can eliminate unnecessary words and the message can be short. You know, nowadays people say we are busy. So in this busy world, people do not have time to go through the lengthy messages. So in the same way, when we apply for a job, we say that our resume should be short, it should be brief. Instead of giving unnecessary details, we should give the necessary details in our resume. In the same way, while transmitting the message, we have to eliminate unnecessary words and use as few words as possible. That means we have to use minimum words. So we will have an interest to go through it. Okay, another example. Suppose I am explaining these points and I have bold some of the words and gave the explanation in one line. Suppose the one point, the explanation comes within this one slide, you will feel bored because you will see, okay, I have to go through the complete thing. Now I have given very short, in short, so that is easy for you to understand. And when I explain, you can grasp it, you can understand it better. Okay, so eliminate unnecessary words, and the message should be very short. Okay, concise. Concise means short, brief. Okay. The fourth one is concreteness. Concrete. You know, concrete building that is very strong. Concrete. So we have to use the precise, exact terms. Precise means exact. We have to convey messages with precise terms, with exact terms, and we have to create some image in our minds about the receiver through the use of specific words. Okay, if I use this word, the receiver will understand in this way. For example, you know the symbol of Facebook. Okay, F. We know the symbol of Instagram. We know the symbol of WhatsApp. Okay, so many things, Snapchat, so many things we can know the symbol. So as soon as we see the logo of a company or a symbol of a particular app or logo, we can identify what it is. It's given precisely, it's given exactly, it's given, and we can understand the image, or we can build a mental picture. Okay, and traffic signs and signals. You know, the zebra crossing. When we see those lines, we can understand, okay, this is zebra crossing. Okay, so when we communicate, we have to use exact terms. We have to use precise terms. Okay, it has to be concrete. Then the message will be clear to the receiver. Then fifth point is correctness. The message we provide should be correct. We have to provide accurate information. Never give false information. Okay, information should be accurate. There should be no grammar mistake. Okay, it should be error free. Then spelling should be correct. There should not be any spelling mistake. Punctuation should be correct. Okay, and ensure that the overall appearance of the message, it gives a positive impression to the receiver. Okay, when you give false information, the opinion on you, it comes down. People will feel that the sender hasn't gone through the message properly, just like that he sent the message. Okay, in the same way, when we apply for a job, in the job application letter, we have to go through it twice or thrice to make sure that there is no mistake in the letter. We have to go through our resume. There should not be any spelling mistake. There should not be any grammar mistake. I had seen some resumes, like, when you start a sentence, the first word, the first alphabet of the first word should be capital. But many people, they put it as small letters. Okay. So there should not be any mistake while conveying the message. Because when there is some mistake in our information, in our message, that gives a bad impression on us by the receiver. So we have to provide correct message, or we have to provide the exact or the accurate information to the receiver. Then completeness. We should provide all relevant information. Our message should be complete. Okay. So we should include all the necessary information required for the receiver. Okay, so from his response, when the receiver, after receiving the message, what the receiver does, he responds to the message. So from the response, we can make it clear that the message is complete, or the message is clearly understood by the receiver. Okay, so these are the 6 C's, or the principles of communication. So why these principles are called 6 C's? Because all the words, it starts with C. So the question might come as, explain the principles of communication, or explain the C's of communication. Okay. So next topic is types of communication. So I will cover a few topics today, because the next faculty will be joining within a few minutes. Okay. So I will cover a few topics. So types of communication. The first category is internal and external. Internal, from the word itself, it's very clear. Internal, within the organization. Another one is external, outside the organization. So the communication that happens within the organization, it is called internal communication. And the communication that happens outside the organization, it is called external communication. So what is I can give you some examples for internal communication. Communication between the employer and the employee, communication between the employees, communication between the colleagues. All these are examples for internal communication. Now, external communication. What are the examples for external communication? Communicating with the clients, communicating with the suppliers, communicating with the governmental agencies, communicating with the other organizations. All these are examples for external communication. Okay, you are communicating with the people outside. Next category is formal and informal communication. So formal. So there's a formal structure. For example, suppose if we are in a college, we have to meet the principal, or we have to meet the chairman of the institution. So just like that, we can't go and meet the persons. Okay, we have to get the approval, or we have to get the appointment from the personal secretary. Then we can meet the people. Okay. Likewise, in an organization, to meet a managing director or to meet the executive director, we can't go directly and meet the person. We have to get the appointment, and then we can meet. So there is a formal structure. So there is a formal structure to meet the person. okay, or to communicate with that particular person. So formal communication means that it takes place through legal channel in an organization, and there is a clear structure. Another one is informal communication. So it occurs outside the official channels. For example, this informal communication, it happens between, like when you communicate with your between the employees or between the colleagues, that is informal communication. You need not get an appointment to interact with your colleagues or to interact with your friends. That is an example for informal communication. You need not require prior permission. Okay? You can just like that, you can talk to them. That is informal communication. Then we have horizontal communication. Horizontal communication, it is also called lateral communication. You know, x-axis and y-axis. So x-axis is called horizontal line and y-axis is called vertical line. Okay, horizontal line is x-axis and vertical line. Okay, that flows downward. So when communication happens between the people belonging to the same level, that is called horizontal communication. You just imagine the x-axis. Okay, x-axis is called the horizontal line. You know, it is a straight line from left to right. So when the people belonging to the same level, when they communicate, that is called horizontal communication. Okay, then vertical communication. That means line from the top to bottom. So vertical communication means communication happens at different levels of the organization, that is top level, middle level and the low level. When the communication flows from the top to bottom, that is called downward communication. That means superior to the subordinate. When the communication flows from bottom to the top, that is from the subordinate to the superior, okay, that is called upward. When the subordinates, they want to report something to the superior, that is called upward communication. Downward communication means when the superior wants to issue some orders, okay, that happens downwards, that is called downward communication. Okay, communication flows downward and it is from the superior to the subordinate. Okay, so horizontal communication and the vertical communication. Under vertical communication, we have two types, upward and downward. Upward means subordinate to the superior. Okay, it flows from the bottom to the top. Downward communication means it flows from top to bottom. Okay, so we have few more types that we will see in the next class. Okay, so today we had completed what is meant by communication, definition, need for communication, objectives of communication, components of communication process, features or characteristics of communication, principles of communication or C's of communication, and types of communication. We had seen a few points. Okay, so hope these points are clear to you. So in the chat box, I'll give you my mail ID. In case of any clarification in the topics I covered, okay, you can mail me. I will reply. Okay. So once I complete the unit 1, I can provide you the PowerPoint presentation of the unit 1. Okay. So hope you are all clear with today's portion. Can I get some response? Are you all clear with the portion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Hope it is clear to everyone. In case of any clarification, please mail me. I can reply. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
Let me wind up
Thank you.
today. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And let us see in the next class. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all.
I'm here again, Dr. Arvian, with your second class of the business economics. I hope so I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And let's start with our second. Is my screen visible to all of you? Please respond yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So in yesterday class, we spoke about what is economics. In economics, we talked about scarcity of resources, various definition given by different economists, and inquiry methods. Then what is the difference between micro and macroeconomics, and some fundamental concepts. So moving ahead and getting into the inside picture of your business economics syllabus, the second module talks about demand analysis. And in this demand analysis, we are going to cover the following points, which is visible on your slides: meaning of demand, types of demand, determinants of demand, law of demand, types of consumers, marginal utility analysis, and consumer surplus. So I'm going to show you a picture. Will any of you just unmute your mic and tell me what that picture is saying to you all? Is the picture visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Class? Okay. So any one of you, can you just describe what the both side of the picture is saying? Any one of you? No answers? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you see the pictures, the both side of the picture, one side it is talking about the desire. A beggar is sitting on the crossroad and thinking about that I want a house, I want a BMW car. And whereas on the other side of the picture, where there's a man asking, for apples, give me 2 kg of apples, and he's showing some money that whatever he's going to buy is going to pay for it. So in our life, these both things keep on happening. We have a lot of desires, but in reality, what we are able to buy at a particular price during a given period of time, that is known as to be your demand. That is known to be your realization of what you can buy, what you can afford, and how you can move on. And this is the very first definition or the topic which we are going to talk about, that what is demand. As written in the slide, the quantity of a product consumers are willing and able to buy at different prices in specified time period. Just imagine that you are going for a shopping. You went out from the house, let's say at 11 a.m., and you came back at, let's say, 9 p.m. in the night. And your mother asked, where were you? You said, Ma, I went for shopping and, I bought so many things. And then Ma said, what all you have bought? 2 t-shirts, 4 pants, some saris for you, some shirts for Papa, some things for, little younger siblings and everything. And you specify the quantity. And in front of every quantity you also specify the price, that is the price which you pay in order to get those quantities. And obviously there was a time period as well, 11 to 9. That means when you were buying things, when you were enjoying your shopping time, the time was also passing by. From 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and so on. So essentially, if we see, when we talk of demand, the three things plays a very important role. The price which you pay for the quantity which you want to buy, and the time which is taking to buy those quantities. Hence, it also classifies as the three components of demand: price, quantity, and time. Please make a note of it. It is a very important question as well. That what are the components of demand? So there are three components: price, quantity, and time. So far, I guess so I'm clear with you all. Are you able to understand? Any response, please? Okay, thank you. So when we talk of demand, there are different types of demand. And while we explain this different types of demand, it will come to your mind that how, instead of knowing what type of demand is, we usually keep on doing, these type of demand from our family members or from society. The first type of demand is joint demand. Example: joint demand is something where two products are linked, but demand for one is not necessarily dependent on the demand for the other. Let's say bread jam, bread butter, cereal and milk, peanut butter and jelly. Now, there is a combination of food which you like to eat, but not necessarily that every time you want that combination. You may sometimes eat it independently. Let's say you eat just a bread, you just heat it up, you just fry it up and eat the bread. But usually people prefer bread and butter, bread and jelly, bread and jam, something like that. So in joint demand, usually we ask for a combination or complementary of products and services. For example, in KFC, if you go, they'll give you popcorn chicken with some sausages, some with some offers. At times you may not like it and you may say, no, I just want chicken popcorn, I don't want anything else. So joint demand, the concept is it is a complementary products and services that are accessories for others. People commonly purchase them together. The next is composite demand. Now, composite demand happens where there is a multiple uses for a single product. The example is also laid over here. The corn can be used as animal feed for ethanol and food in its whole form. So one product can be used in multiple ways, and the more it is useful, the more its demand is. And the more the demand is, that means if the supply is not consistent, it may lead to shortage or it may lead to rise in the prices as well. So composite demand, again, just emphasize that a single product will have a multiple use. In joint demand, we club multiple commodities in order to satisfy our demand. The next kind of demand is price demand. It is related to amount a consumer is willing to spend on a product at a given price. Even the business uses this information to in order to analyze what sort of product people are ready to buy at what price. You will see usually that in front of mall you'll find small stalls, and where they say, please sir and ma'am, please come and taste it, it is just a sample, we are about to launch a product. And we also put some questions: what sort of product is this, what is the price of the product, how is the taste, and we show various kinds of behavior pattern, so they keep a note of it. So before launching any product or any services, they do a survey kind of thing. They ask questionnaire, or they display a product, or they give a sample to people so that they can test, give their feedback, and accordingly the feedback received by the company or the marketing team, they design the product in a manner which suits to the customer and also suit to the pattern of the company under the guidelines in which they are working on. The next is direct and derived demand, where direct demand is the demand for final goods, the goods which are finally prepared, you just consume it. Like, for example, you go and buy t-shirt. It's a final good. You don't need for a further, restitch and working on it. It is also known as autonomous demand. Direct demand is also known as autonomous demand. Whereas in derived demand, it is derived from some other products. that comes from the usage of other. For example, let's say I want a pencil, I want a pen, but how is pencil and pen made of? Let's say pencil, wood, graphite, paint, eraser, materials, all these will combine together to form a pencil. So derived demand example is something where it comes from various products, then it is combined, and then it is referred to as for final usage. Moving ahead, all the demands which we make in our society is, have is based on certain factors. Whatever we are demanding, whatever we like the demand is in. Let's say, for example, you passed your 10th standard and you wanted a lot of things. Papa, I want a bike. I want my separate laptop. I want a study table. I want to go outside. Various things listed. But in all these things, whatever you are listing, these listing is based on certain factors which affects our demand for goods and services. So the 6 most important determinants, please look to the slide very carefully. The 6 most important determinants include the price of the product. When we go and buy a product, we generally check the price. What is the price? We compare the price online, offline, different marts. We call our friends, relatives, and check what sort of price of the product is I'm paying the real price or I'm paying a very high price. What price is this? And once, if the price suits to my pocket, then I see what are the substitutes or complementary goods available to it. That is price of related goods. Example, tea and coffee, bread and butter for your complementary goods. And after seeing all the variations of goods in terms of substitute or complementary and the prices, then we check whether we have that much money in our pocket or not, which is referred to as your income. It is always said higher the income, higher the demand, because if you have more income, you'll always prefer to have a better standard of goods and services. Let's take an example. When you are in small classes, let's say in 7th, 8th, and 9th standard, you usually, if there's a birthday party or something, a party kind of thing, you are supposed to do it in your home. But once you're in your graduation, you are in your job, you're earning some kind of a money or you're getting some sort of a pocket money, you prefer to take your friends outside depending upon whatever your pocket is allowing, your income is allowing. So obviously, the way the income increases, your decision also gets affected. You also try to do something better and better. Then taste and preference, obviously taste and preference keeps on changing. Today what we prefer, maybe 5 years later we don't prefer them, maybe we prefer something else or maybe something different. Government programs and policies do affect us. The taxes or the subsidies, it all affects our demand. And this is the equation given to it. QD is equal to, QD stands for quantity demanded, is a function, that is a relationship. F is a function which talks of a relationship between two sections. That is quantity demanded, which is a dependent variable, depending upon the independent variables, that is price of the commodities, price of related goods, future prices, income, taste and preference, and government policies. I hope so far it is clear to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you please repeat what is FPSO?
Once again, please, what is your question?
In the equation, what does the F refers?
Future prices. See, it is here. Future prices.
Okay.
That in a near future, if the price of the product is going to rise. Very, very simple example. Let's say government announces today that the price of the petrol will rise by 10%. What do you expect? What people will do? Any answers? Anyone? So if the government announced that if the price of the petrol is going to rise from today onwards, obviously people will go to the petrol pump. They will try to hoard the petrol as much as possible because it is now going to be expensive. That means you will raise your demand quickly because the prices are rising, and hence it will change your demand pattern. So future prices also affects. Similarly, advertisement, it also affects your demand pattern. Many a times we don't want to buy things, but what happens when we are seeing the advertisement, somehow we get convinced with the advertisement, with the branding, and we say, chalo, let's try, let's take, a few of bites of it or a few samples of it. So you are, somehow the behavior pattern or psychologically those advertisement affects you, and hence you are, you move towards buying that commodity. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Clear,
thank
ma'am.
you. Now the next topic which we are going to talk about, law of demand. Can you see there are two ladies, one is at the counter and one is standing in front of the counter. And the lady in the purple dress, she's paying money to the receptionist, to the counter lady, and she's buying shoes. Can you see? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can see she's paying a price in order to buy a pair of shoes, that is a quantity. And there might be a time, let's say 12 noon, she goes to the counter, she goes to the shop, she's buying her shoes by paying a price. Again, the three components of demand: price, quantity, and time, which is being reflected over here. Now we are going to talk about law of demand, which is given by Alfred Marshall. Please take a note of it, and please remember, in the end of this session, I will ask again multiple choice question to all of you. So please listen to me very carefully. The concept of law of demand is given by Alfred Marshall, and it states that other things being constant, ceteris paribus, the demand for a good extend with a decrease in price and contracts with an increase in price. In other words, there's an inverse relationship between quantity demanded of a commodity and its price. That means higher the price, lower the quantity demanded, lower the price, higher the quantity demanded. I again repeat myself: higher the price, lower the quantity demanded, lower the price, higher the quantity demanded. In this definition, which Marshall is stating, he has kept other things being constant. What are those other things? As what we studied right now in determinants of demand or factors affecting demand, there are price of commodity, price of related good, future price, government policies, advertisement, taste and preference, population size. So leaving price of its own commodity, rest all factors are constant. That means we only see the relationship between the price of that commodity and the quantity which people are ready to buy against those prices. It is now reflected in your this graph. You can see there is a graph on y-axis. We have price per unit in rupees and quantity demanded is given. Let's say consumer A wants to buy at rupees 1 600 units of quantity, whereas at rupees 5 he is ready to buy only 100. So again, higher the price, lower the quantity demanded, lower the price, higher the quantity demanded. Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving ahead. Now, there are some exceptions to this law of demand. The relationship, this inverse relationship which we are talking about between price and quantity demanded, there are some exceptions. Now, how there are some exceptions? If you see, there are some items, there are some products which are very much favorite to you. and you will do whatever it takes so that it can come in your hand or you can have a possession of it. For example, collecting rare stamps, collection of rare monies. These collection known as to be Veblen effects items, unique items, of different civilization. However, it is expensive. You buy it because you are into that. So that time, the law of demand doesn't work. Another example, Giffen paradox, where higher the price, higher the demand takes place. Example, gold. However, it is, higher the price, people still prefer to buy it. Even though they are aware that no, if the price is going high, we should demand less. But no, people still prefer to buy it because they are liking it and they prefer it as an asset. So let's say, even though if you have, let's say 500 less money, but if you can still afford a gold, people will go and buy. In the time of war and depression, where there's lot of uncertainty, people are hopeless, and they don't have any idea what's happening in the economy. So whatever they get, however much price they have to pay, they will just take in because they have to work for their survival. So in such situations, the law of demand will not work. Now, this demand, who is making? You and I, people like you and I, who with rational thoughts and idea, are demanding from the society for the goods and services for which you can pay. Now they are impulse consumers, spontaneously ye khareedna hai, go and get it. Then there are consumers like informed. No, they'll make first decision. They will collect information, they will classify them, they will channelize them, they'll check the pros and the cons, and then they will buy. Then there are brand loyals. Do whatever do you say them. Let's say Virat Kohli start a brand of selling popcorns. So all the fans of Virat Kohli, however may be the taste or whatever may be the price, they will go and buy it because they are loyal to Virat Kohli. They are fans of him. And then there are another sets of consumers who are price sensitive. If they see something changes in the price, if it is favorable for them, they go and buy. If it is not favorable to them, they start thinking how to manage, how to be alert. They are very sensitive. Any changes brings a lot of change in their demand pattern. And then we have online versus offline shoppers. Like online, in today's life, online is something which is a usual thing. You need to grocery, click big basket, tuck, 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 things come in. Have sports shoes, have a dresses, you have Myntra apps, you have, Amazon apps, Flipkart apps, different apps. You can just click and go. And similarly, offline shoppers, our parents, they at times prefer offline. They want to go on the road, enjoy the road, want to see the shops, what are there, feel the things, material things, and see how the things are working. So there are different types of consumers acting wisely, rationally in order to get satisfaction. And to get this satisfaction, they are putting an effort, and behind that effort, there is a want, which is in the form of demand. Am I clear till here? Class, am I clear till here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The next point which we are going to talk about is marginal utility analysis. So you can see there is an image here. What is economic utility? So there's a person on one side, and there's another person with a laptop and some of the groceries. So the person who is sitting there is giving a star rate, 3-star, total satisfaction a consumer gets from using a product or services. So in economics, when you define a utility, it is defined in terms of want satisfying power of a commodity. That is, a commodity which is capable enough to satisfy your needs and give a positive rating, a positive feedback. We are talking in terms of utility. Now, this utility can be of many types, but the three important is initial, marginal, and total utility. Again, I'm repeating, please pay a lot of attention. Initial, marginal, and total utility. Let's say any one of you can please tell me what is your favorite food. Any one of you. Anyone? Class, are you there?
Ma'am, could you please repeat that again?
I'm saying any favorite food of yours.
KFC?
Food which you like to eat, not KFC. KFC is brand. Food like chicken biryani or masala dosa or dahi chawal, anything.
Chicken biryani.
Oh, chicken biryani, great. So how? Let's say if I give you one plate of chicken biryani right now, and after that I offer you second and third plate, how much you can eat within an hour?
Sorry, ma'am.
Just a one plate?
Just one plate. That means, let's say right now the time is 1:30 and 1:30 to 2:30, that is within an hour. If I give you a chicken biryani full plate, you are saying you can eat only one plate. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your name is?
Deepti.
Deepti. Thank you, Deepti. Now, Deepti, you must be, ordering this chicken biryani from a particular shop.
Yes.
What is the name of the shop?
Pista House.
Okay. And you like the chicken biryani from that shop. Am I
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So whenever you order the chicken biryani, the first bite which you eat from that plate, you enjoy it most?
Yes.
Okay. The first bite which Dipti is enjoying from that plate of chicken biryani is referred to as initial utility. The first bite, the first, spoon she takes of that chicken biryani is referred to as initial utility first. Now, Dipti, now the time passes and the more the bite you take, you enjoy more of it.
Yes, I do.
Yes. So after the every time when Dipti is taking a bite, she's chewing the fruit, she's enjoying it. She's adding spoon by spoon. She's taking one spoon, another spoon, third spoon, fourth spoon, fifth spoon. That is, she's adding to her satisfaction level. And this is where we bring in the concept of marginal utility. Marginal means additional. Please pay attention. Marginal, the meaning of marginal means additional. So the first bite which she has, which she's going to have of chicken biryani, is known as to be initial utility. And every time when she is eating from that plate, she is enjoying her food. And the more she is having food from that plate, she's adding to her satisfaction level, which is referred to as marginal utility. Now, Dipti, once again, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, ma'am.
After when you complete your plate, when you are, you are done with chicken biryani, wow, it is tasty, we should make food like this. Do you say like this?
Yes, I do.
Yes. That means that after ordering that plate and the satisfaction she derives, and the moment she says to her mother, that mom, it is such a great food, we should make food like this. Mazza again. Yum. That is total utility, total satisfaction which she derived after eating the entire plate of chicken biryani. Now, Dipti, if the second plate is served soon after the first plate is over, what will you say?
I'll try to it, but I can't finish the whole.
Yes, correct. Thank you. That she will try to eat, but she cannot eat the entire plate. That means, however the tasty the chicken biryani is, I have my capacity to eat. If I go beyond it, either I stop eating it, or my satisfaction get reduced, or I simply ignore and get up from there and move towards another place. So, in case of your utility, we have three kinds of utility: initial, marginal, and total. Initial says the first bite of, say, roti bhujia or chicken biryani which you are having. The marginal utility says the way you are adding from the same plate, you are eating, and the satisfaction is rising. And the total utility says after completing the entire food from that respective plate, the satisfaction which you get, you say total utility. Now, if you go beyond this, beyond your capacity, your satisfaction level, instead of increasing, declines. It goes to negative. And negative says, in a manner like what Dipti said, ma'am, I can try half of it, but I cannot complete the full plate. My stomach is already filled. I may eat it after some time. I, may prefer to eat it on another day, or I may prefer, no, it's too much. I cannot eat this week. I'll do it for another week. So, such kind of statement where you are saying no to the food, no to the services after a certain point of time, that says your utility, your satisfaction level is declining, in a sense that you're already over satisfied with that product. So no more services, no more eating of biryani is required. And this is what also happens when a company is working. Companies know that if they don't bring changes, if they don't bring innovations, after a certain time period, consumers, after consuming a product, they say the product is monotonous. They want something new. So instead of that product which was satisfying early, they will start reducing its consumption. And hence, it will bring losses to the company. It will bring, less money to the company, less profit to the company, and bring higher cost of production. So this marginal utility analysis talks the same thing which I explained you right now, that the utility of a product decreases with every consumption of product's additional unit, because there's a capacity to it, there's a capacity to, for a service. And beyond that, if we go, we tend to either, go towards another product, go to another service, or we simply stop it. Zero, no service, nothing is required. This is what I explained you, kinds of utility. And this is a table of how we calculate, total utility and marginal utility. The formula is given that marginal utility, the triangle is known as to be delta, that is change in total utility by change in quantity. Now, how we calculate it? If you can see, total utility is given 10, 18, 24, 28, 30, 30, 28. Now, how's marginal utility happening? The first bite of that quantity gives you 10 unit of satisfaction. The second bite you take, it actually gives you 8. And the more you add, the utility, the satisfaction level is decreasing. Can you see that? It goes to 0 and then to negative. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, on the other hand of the column, you see that the total utility, the first unit, the total satisfaction which a consumer derives is 10. Then we are adding 10 plus 8, 18, that is total utility. 18 plus 6, 24. 24 plus 4, 28. 28 plus 2, 30. 30 minus 30, that is 0. And 30 minus 2 is your 28. So that means the total utility also gets affected when your marginal level of satisfaction declines. And this is the graph for it. This is, you can see, when total utility is maximum, your marginal utility is your 0, because that point of time you say, okay, nice food, good food, not beyond this, no addition to this, no water, no pickles, no cold drinks, no sauces, nothing, just done, okay, fine. And if it goes beyond it, you can see there is a negative return, negative utility, and total utility is also declining. Now, this utility which we were talking about, the law of diminishing marginal utility, again, firstly, it was known as Gaussian law, which was given by Professor Gaussian, and later on, from his concept, Alfred Marshall took the law of diminishing marginal utility and explained this concept. Now we are going to talk about consumer surplus. Consumer surplus, to be understood in a very simple term, when a consumer is satisfied with the quality of a product and he or she is even ready to pay extra amount of money for that product, even though the price is low, then also if a consumer is ready to pay an extra price for it, we are referring to that consumer surplus, which is written here also. It is a tool for measuring consumers' welfare. The surplus is defined as the excess of social valuation of a product that goes over the price that is being actually paid. Willingness to pay. I want to pay, 150 rupees for a coffee mug, but actually the price is rupees 100 only. So what is the difference? 150 minus 100. What is the difference?
50.
50. 50 is your consumer surplus. That is the actual amount which you pay and the amount which you are ready to pay. If you take out the difference, that is your consumer surplus. Please remember this formula, it is important. Willingness to pay minus actual payment. Now, here is an example to make it you clear that suppose a seller wants to sell a horse during a festival. So buyer of horse A, B, C, D, and what the price they want to pay is 10,000, 8,000, 7,000, and 5,000. So for one horse, buyer A will buy at 8,000. But what amount he was ready to pay for it? Class.
10,000.
10,000. So 10,000 minus 8,000 is equal to how much?
2,000.
2,000. That is the consumer surplus. Similarly, if let's say instead of horse, he wants to buy 2 boats at the same price, he will say the consumer surplus price is set at 7,000, 3,000, 10,000 minus 7,000, 3,000. And similarly for B, another product, 8,000 minus 7,000 is 1,000. If you add it, 3,000 plus 1,000, 4,000 he saves. That is his consumer surplus. So now I'm going to start question for practice. Please answer to it, unmute your mic, read the question and tell me your answer. First question, what are the components of demand? Option A, B,
All
C,
of the
D.
above.
Okay, excellent, good. Law of demand states that A, B, C, D, which of the option?
Price falls, then quantity demands falls. A.
No, wrong. See the options thoroughly and then answer.
Price rise, then quantity demanded falls.
Excellent. Okay, the factors affecting demand includes, what are the factors? Quickly. Price of goods. Price of related goods. Future prices. Income.
Income of the money.
Correct.
Taste.
Okay, the law of diminishing marginal utility was given by
Alfred Marshall.
excellent. Marginal means
Additional.
Additional.
correct. The form correct. Formula of consumer surplus is
Consumer surplus is equals to willingness to pay minus actual balance.
excellent. Class, you did wonderful. All of you did wonderful today. Excellent. And I'll be soon sharing my PowerPoint presentation of module 1 and 2 with you today. So I hope so everybody got the today's class point, and it was easy for all of you to understand. Please tell.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday I received some of the email IDs. I guess the same email IDs will work for all the classes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please give your feedback in the chat box so that I can go through your feedbacks, and if there's something I can add upon in my classes, I will surely do. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.